Falling for My Best Friend. Written by Victorine E. Lieske. Narrated by Liz Crane. Chapter 1. I inhaled the intoxicating smell of dough and baked pastries as I pushed open the door to the breadbasket, my favorite place in Sweetwater. At least, my favorite place since Lucas moved to town. Parker came in behind me, his nose in a comic book. He bumped into my back when I didn't move.
"Hey, Hannah, why'd you stop?"
"Oh, sorry," I said, not quite listening. I scanned the room for Lucas, but disappointment filled me when I didn't see him. Oh well, maybe he'd show up. Maybe he'd notice me, or even say hello to me. My heart fluttered in anticipation. Lucas moved to town at the beginning of the school year. I fell for him hard the minute I saw him walking down the school hallway. He had dark brown eyes, a swagger like Chris Hemsworth, and hair so cool you could tell he spent more time on it than most of the girls. He was perfection wrapped up in awesomeness. I grabbed Parker's sleeve and tugged him to the counter. That awful red-headed girl Charlotte stood there, smiling at me. She wasn't actually awful. That was the worst part. She was nice. But she was Lucas's girlfriend, so I had to hate her. "Hi, Hannah. What can I get for you?" Charlotte asked, brushing her hair over her shoulder. "I'll take a bear claw." I nudged Parker, who hadn't looked up from his green star obsession. "What do you want, Parker?" He shoved his comic book under his arm and blushed.
"I'll have a cinnamon roll."
Parker was a total nerd, but he'd been my best friend ever since he sat by me in art class in grade school. He'd helped me finish my collage after I'd been out sick for a week with the flu, and we'd become instant friends. He was the yin to my yang. "You going to the party tonight?" Charlotte asked as she pulled on a plastic glove. "No." The word came out automatically. Parker and I never went to any parties. That wasn't really our scene. We were more the type to study all weekend so we could keep up our 4.0 GPAs. But I had heard about the big blowout at Wes's house. He lived not too far up the street from me, along the beach. "Oh, well, if you change your mind, it starts at 6. I heard he's ordering like a dozen pizzas." I paid for our treats and took them from Charlotte, giving Parker his roll. "Thanks," I said, nodding to the girl I hated. It was a shame she was so nice. And to be fair, I didn't really hate her. I just wanted her man. Parker slid into a seat by the window and I sat opposite of him. He took a huge bite of his cinnamon roll. And then it happened. I knew it the second the hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Something about Lucas changed the molecular structure of the room when he entered. The air rushed out of my lungs as he emerged from the back of the bakery. Angels began singing. Or maybe that was the ringing in my ears. I couldn't be quite sure. I stared as he came around the counter. His gaze connected with mine. His lips lifted into a smile and he headed toward me. My heart pounded as time slowed. He reached for me, pulling me out of my chair and up into his arms.
"Hannah,"
he said, his voice husky and low.
"I've been waiting for you."
His lips touched mine, and I closed my eyes as heaven sang the Hallelujah chorus. And then a sharp pain in my shin brought me back to reality. Lucas wasn't kissing me. He was standing behind Charlotte with his arms around her. Ouch! I rubbed my shin. Parker scowled at me.
"What are you doing? You're just staring over there like a lunatic."
I forced myself to look away. Sorry. Parker sighed and set his comic book down on the table.
You like him.
Heat rushed to my cheeks. I hadn't told anyone about my secret crush on Lucas. Not even Parker. I do not, I said quickly. But even I could hear the lie in my voice.
Oh my word, Hannah, you're so transparent. Don't you think I know why you insist on coming here every Saturday? Don't you think I see how you look at him? You're totally fangirling right now.
I tried not to react to his words, but I couldn't help it. I leaned in closer to him, my heart doing a crazy samba dance. Was I really going to confess my feelings? Out loud? Okay, you're right, I said, a weight lifting off me. Parker flinched, and for a split second I thought he was going to scold me. But he just picked up his comic book and shook his head. I slapped his book back down. Oh no, you don't get to make me confess something like that and then not say anything. Pity flashed across his eyes.
What do you want me to say?
How about, Hannah, you're so much prettier than Charlotte, and soon Lucas is going to see that and dump her for you. He laughed, then snapped his mouth shut.
Oh, you're serious?
I returned his under-the-table kick. You're so mean! Are you saying I'm ugly? His smile faded, and he reached across the table and took my hand in his.
Of course not. You're amazing. I just think...
He let his words fade. I was trying not to get offended, but it was difficult. No matter which way you sliced it, he was telling me I wasn't good enough for Lucas. What? What do you think? I asked, not doing a great job keeping the irritation from my voice. He swallowed and squeezed my hand.
Lucas and Charlotte look pretty tight. That's all.
Oh, right. I laid my head on the table and let the cool of the Formica surface seep into my cheek. I sighed as I watched Lucas kiss Charlotte. Yeah, I know. Parker patted my head.
Don't stress. This is high school. People break up all the time.
You're just saying that because you're my best friend and you have to try to cheer me up.
Eat your bear claw, or I'm going to eat it for you.
That snapped my head up. Don't you dare! I licked it, just in case he was serious. He made a face.
All right, it's yours.
He popped the last of his cinnamon roll in his mouth and went back to reading his stupid comic book. What's so interesting in there anyway? I asked as my gaze involuntarily snapped back to Lucas. He was now leaning against the counter, looking like a Greek god.
The green star is amazing. That's it.
Why is he green? Is he jealous or something? Parker snorted, but then shook his head.
An alien bit him, which is what gave him his superhuman powers.
I took a bite of my pastry, reveling in the sweet flavor. That's dumb, I said around my donut. He made a face at me.
No dumber than a radioactive spider.
He knew I liked all the Spider-Man movies. Spiders bite? That's a well-known fact.
And aliens can't bite?
He raised an eyebrow, challenging me. Fine. Aliens can bite. Aliens can do whatever you want them to do because they're not real. I snuck another look at Lucas, but he'd gone back into the kitchen. Dang.
Okay, I'll give you that one.
I leaned back in my chair and moaned. What am I going to do? He doesn't even know I exist.
Too bad for him,
Parker said under his breath. I glared at him. You're no help. He raised his gaze to meet mine and stared at me for a moment.
Then let me help you. Forget about Lucas. He's a tool. He wouldn't treat you the way you should be treated.
I huffed in exasperation. Like I said, no help. My gaze moved back to the register where Charlotte was standing. And then it hit me. This was a place of business. Duh. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. I've been so stupid. I totally know what I need to do now.
What's that?
I need to be going to the places he goes to, not here. I need to be going to the social events, somewhere he and I could actually have a conversation. I couldn't believe the thought hadn't crossed my mind before. I was so dumb. Parker made a noise, but I couldn't tell if he was trying to say something or was just too into his comic book to even care about me. I snapped my fingers in his face. Focus, Parker! You need to help me! He looked at me.
Help you how?
You need to go to the party with me tonight. His eyes widened and he shook his head.
No way.
Come on! I can't go alone, and you know I don't have any girlfriends. I can't stand all the mindless chatter about makeup and hair. I'm not like that. You know I need you there. Parker wouldn't let me down. He and I were too close, had done too much together. I watched as he squirmed in his chair.
Why do you want to go? You don't even like parties.
Have you even been listening to me? I jerked my head toward the kitchen. Lucas will be there, I hissed.
Yeah, with Charlotte,
he said, frowning. True, but if I didn't go to the party, I'd never accidentally bump into Lucas. We'd never talk. He'd never laugh at my jokes. We'd never connect on a subatomic level. And he'd never see me for the person I truly am. His soulmate. I kept all that to myself, though. And me. I'm going, and you're coming with me. I held up my hands in a pleading manner. Please. Parker rolled his eyes, but I could tell he was trying not to smile.
You're pathetic, you know?
Yes, I know. He huffed.
All right.
You'll go with me? Excitement started to build in me. Not for the party. Yuck. I wasn't social at all. I was a social idiot. If there was a way for me to be awkward and clumsy, I would find it. No, I was excited for the chance to spend time with Lucas outside of school and sitting in the breadbasket. Maybe he would talk to me. Or look at me.
Yes.
Parker disappeared behind his comic book.
Although I don't know why you bother. You should just date me.
He said it under his breath, like he hadn't meant for me to hear him, but the image of Parker and me flashed through my head. Me on Parker's arm at the party. Me laughing at Parker's jokes while Lucas watched. I slapped the tabletop and he jumped in his chair.
What?
Date you! You're brilliant. His cheeks colored.
You heard that?
Yes, and you're stinkin' brilliant.
I just meant...
I know what you meant. And you're right. I need to look like I'm dateable. I need to make Lucas jealous.
That's not really...
Why had I never thought of that before? Jealousy totally could work. Yes, it's perfect. Oh my gosh, I could kiss you. Parker's face deepened in color.
Uh...
My mind reeled with the possibilities. I mean, not really kiss you, that would be gross, but like, pretending you're my date is the perfect thing. No one wants to date some wallflower, someone who isn't already dating. You'll be my perfect fake boyfriend. I stopped talking, mostly because I felt like I was starting to ramble. But the idea excited me. Parker and I did everything together anyway. This would be no different. Parker just sat there, staring at me. Well, say something. I couldn't wait forever for him to react.
You're nuts.
He went back to reading. I moaned and tossed my head back. You have to do this for me. You owe me.
Oh no, not that again.
Come on. How much trouble could I have gotten into if I had gotten caught sneaking into Mrs. E's office for you to get that stupid love note you wrote to Amber? He shut his comic book and rested his forearms on the table.
It wasn't a love note. And you know I already paid you back for that, when I went with you to see that stupid chick flick.
You love chick flicks. He smiled, his one dimple showing.
Okay, I do.
Then do this for me, please. I gave him another puppy dog face. I knew he couldn't resist it. He exhaled and tossed his hands up.
Fine.
I stood and ran around to his side of the table, hugging him. Thank you. This is going to work. I just know it. I was already thinking of ways to put myself into Lucas's path. The school's dinner theater and Cupid's dance coming up for Valentine's Day would be perfect. Parker pulled away from my embrace and ran a hand through his hair like I'd messed it up or something.
Yeah.
I looked down to my blouse and button-up sweater. I looked like a grandma. I'd never been to a party in my life, but I figured if I was going to a swanky shindig, I would have to put something better on. Come on, let's go find something for me to wear tonight. He made a face.
What's wrong with what you have on?
It's not nice enough.
It's plenty nice.
Just come with me. I have to find the perfect outfit. He rolled his eyes, but he stood anyway.
Remind me again why you don't have any girlfriends?
I grabbed his arm and led him toward the door. Shut up. Chapter 2. I shoved my clothes back, the hanger scraping on the metal bar.
Ugh! What's wrong?
Parker said, sitting in my reading chair, looking bored. Apparently, he'd finished his comic book. I have nothing to wear.
What about the 20 outfits you've thrown onto your bed?
I hated them all. They all suck.
What about the mounds of clothes on your floor?
I wrinkled my nose at him. Ew, those are dirty.
Do laundry much?
I'm in the middle of a clothes crisis. You need to be sympathetic, not judgy. I shoved my closet door closed and flopped onto my bed. Tonight was going to bomb.
Stop being dramatic. It's 11 o'clock in the morning. I'm sure we can find you an appropriate outfit by 6 tonight.
I lifted my head to look at Parker. Then you'll go to the mall with me?
He winced. I meant in your closet.
Come on, I'll buy you another comic. I was not above bribery. And my dad gave me a healthy allowance. Parker delivered papers at the butt crack of dawn for a measly $200 a week. He moaned,
I don't want another one. I want to be a non-mall person today.
Parker was rarely not interested in another comic book. His non-mall vibes were coming on strong today. But I knew him well. I leaned on my elbow and gave him an eyebrow wiggle. I'll buy lunch. We can eat at that Chinese place you love in the food court. A look crossed Parker's gray eyes, and he leaned forward.
You are mean, Hannah.
I just know what you like, and you love egg rolls. I'll buy you all the egg rolls you want if you come help me pick out an outfit for tonight. He stood and stepped over my clothes on the floor. Yeah, I was a pig. Flora would get it, though. She was our housekeeper who came every Monday. He held out his hand to me.
Fine. To the mall.
This is why we're best friends, I said, letting him pull me up.
Because you boss me around and I let you?
Ouch! Parker, that hurts. I shoved his shoulder and he chuckled. No, because no one else knows me like you do. And you know I can't go to a stupid party without being neurotic about it.
Then don't go, he said quietly. We could have another Hunger Games marathon and pig out on popcorn.
I knew Parker wasn't a social butterfly, and neither was I. But he underestimated my obsession with getting Lucas to notice me. Let's just try the party for a little bit, then we can come here and watch a movie.
Unless Lucas started talking to me, then all bets were off.
His gaze didn't waver from mine.
Okay, I'm going to hold you to that.
Thank you for everything. You really are a great friend. He nodded, then brushed past me and shoved his hands in his pockets.
Come on, let's go to the mall.
We climbed into my Mazda, and I backed it out of our 3-car garage. It was just Dad and me who drove. My little brother was only 5, and Mom left us 4 years ago. But Dad used the extra space to store all the gear for his hobbies. Golfing was his latest obsession. At least that didn't take up as much space as the time when he was into woodworking. It was the beginning of February, but with Sweetwater being right along the coastline in North Carolina, the weather was in the 50s. I rolled my window down to get some sun.
Roll that back up. It's freezing.
Parker rubbed his arms. Totally is not. You're just cold because you never wear a jacket.
I don't look good in a jacket,
he mumbled. I didn't say anything, but I wondered if he even had a jacket. Parker lived on the other side of town in a house that looked like it would fall over if a good, stiff wind came up. Not that it mattered where he lived, but I often wondered if he even had food in his fridge at home. It made my heart ache for him. Maybe when we're at the mall, we'll find you a jacket you can look good in.
Can't. I spent my last dollar on Green Star.
He smiled at me.
But it was worth it.
I laughed at him. He was so obsessed with that comic. But that's okay. I had my own obsessions. I'll buy you one.
You don't have to buy me a jacket, he said, tugging at the seatbelt. I'm fine.
I know you're fine. I resolved to keep my eye out for a jacket for Parker. I could say I wanted him to look good if he was going to be my fake boyfriend. That might work. I parked my car and we headed into the mall. The smell of the popcorn from the theater hit my nose and my stomach growled. Or was that Parker's? Maybe both. All we'd had this morning was the donuts from the bakery. Let's get lunch first, then we can shop.
You don't have to tell me twice.
We headed to the food court, joining the line of people waiting for Kung Pao chicken. I fidgeted. I was hungrier than I thought, and the line wasn't moving. How's your mom? I asked Parker to take my mind off the food. His mom hadn't been answering her phone last night, and he'd left my house early to check on her. When I had texted him, he said she wasn't feeling well.
She's fine,
he said, not looking at me. Parker had a weird relationship with his mother. He was always running to her rescue for something or another. I didn't understand it. It seemed to me like she was almost using him as a substitute husband, which I realized was an odd thing to think, but she'd been single as long as I knew Parker. And he and I couldn't spend an afternoon together without his mother texting him, saying she needed him to bring milk home or unclog the sink. I admit it annoyed me, but he always helped her out. Is it that flu that's going around? My biology class was half empty yesterday.
No, it's not the flu.
He was staring at the menu, even though he always ordered the same thing. What are her symptoms? He looked at me and shrugged.
Just not feeling well. Are you getting some crab rangoon? Because I want one, but I don't want a whole order.
Sure. We can split them. I glanced away, sure that Parker was acting weird about his mom, but I didn't want to pry. If he had something he wanted to tell me, he would do it in his own time. He was just like that. Sometimes it took him a while to come clean about stuff.
Thanks.
The line moved, and soon we were sitting with our food. I inhaled the smell, my stomach going crazy. I shoved a crab rangoon in my mouth, and the flavors ran over my tongue.
You're going to choke if you eat that any faster,
Parker said with a smile. Shut up, I said, my mouth still full. Parker and I ate lunch, a comfortable silence between us. It was like that with him. We knew each other well enough that we didn't have to talk if we weren't feeling like it. It was nice just sitting with him. It felt like wrapping up in your favorite fleece blanket and rereading a book you love. I was with a good friend. Parker's eyes flicked to something over my shoulder.
Don't look now, but you know who is behind you.
My heart jumped and I turned anyway, expecting to see Lucas. What I saw was Tasha and her band of merry followers walking my way. Ugh. I made a mental note to tell Parker not to use the term you-know-who unless he was talking about Lucas. Everyone called Tasha the head of the MGs. Mean girls. The reason was self-explanatory.
I said don't look,
Parker whispered. I turned back around. I don't care about her. That was a lie. I did care because she made my life miserable. But I didn't want to, so I picked up my fork and shoved the last of my rice in my mouth and acted like I hadn't seen her coming toward us. Well, look who we have here. Tasha's annoying voice piped up behind me. Two nerds, eating a nerdy lunch. Parker raised one eyebrow.
That's a good one, Tasha. Did it take you all morning to come up with it?
I snorted and then tried to cover it up by picking up my drink and noisily sucking the last of it through the straw. Funny, Tasha said, coming around the side so I could see her. What are you two doing here?
Eating lunch?
Parker said it slowly, like he wasn't sure why she asked. Well, eat up, Tasha said, as she picked up Parker's drink and dumped it on his food. Luckily, the soda was almost gone, so it was mostly ice that came out. He jumped back to avoid getting any soda on him. Hey! Don't get in my way! Tasha hissed as she turned on her heel. Her flock of Barbie doll fluffheads followed after her. Parker scowled and started putting the napkins and trash on his tray so he could dump it.
What did I ever do to her?
He said under his breath. Nothing. She's just mean. Pure and simple. I helped him clean the rest of the table off, wiping up the mess. Then we took the trays to the bin. Parker shoved his hands into his pockets.
Where to now?
Come on. I know where I need to go. I grabbed his arm and walked with him toward my favorite shop. Parker was very accommodating as I tried on clothes. He even wandered around the store and picked out a few shirts for me to try. I liked one so much I bought it, along with several pairs of jeans that made my butt look good. I dragged him over to the skirts, flipping through the racks until I found one I liked. What do you think? Before he could answer, Tasha turned the corner and came into view. I shoved the skirt back on the rack, grabbed his arm, and tugged him behind another display. The scraping of metal on metal told me Tasha was looking where I had just been. I peeked around the corner, and she pulled the exact skirt off that I had just had. I inwardly groaned. Look at this. Isn't it cute? One of her sidekicks grabbed it from her. Kelly, somebody, I think.
That's adorable, she said.
Tasha grabbed it back. Yeah, well, it's mine. She looked at the tag and swore under her breath. I don't have enough for it. Kelly grabbed it back. Then I'll buy it, and we can share it. Tasha raised her nose in the air. Fine, we'll switch. Every other week. After they left, I let out a scoff. That's how Tasha treats her friends? She is so stupid.
Totally.
I paid for my clothes and convinced Parker to go with me to the leather store. When I saw the black leather jackets, I knew I had to get him one. I slid one off the hanger. Try this on. He shook his head.
No way. Do you know how much that costs?
Doesn't matter. I have my dad's credit card.
That's for emergencies.
Technically, that was true. My dad had meant for me to use it if I was ever stuck somewhere and needed to get home or something like that. But I really wanted to get Parker a leather jacket, so I stood my ground. This is an emergency. You're supposed to be my boyfriend now. I want you to look the part. Now try it on. He reluctantly shrugged into the jacket. When he turned around and posed in it, I stared. He looked good. Dang good. Like the one movie where the nerd pays the girl to make him popular and she gives him a new wardrobe and suddenly he's hot. I played with the collar to mask my surprise.
Well?
There was no way I was going to tell him what I was really thinking. He'd never let me live it down. So I just smiled and said, I'm getting it for you.
Are you sure your dad won't freak out? Did you see the price tag?
I hadn't. I pulled his arm up and grabbed the tag. $300. A surge of guilt sprang through me. My dad would not be happy. But I didn't want to give it up. I'd just have to tell him I was spending some of my future allowance now. He wouldn't be too upset. At least, I hope not. That's fine. Let's get it. Parker let out his breath and slid the jacket off.
All right, but if he kills you, I get to say I told you so.
You can engrave it on my tombstone. He snickered, and I realized we had a morbid sense of humor. After I paid for the jacket and took off the tag, I gave it back to Parker to wear. Now we just have to do your hair. He ran a hand through it.
What's wrong with my hair?
Nothing, but I want to style it.
You're not going to make me look ridiculous, are you?
Of course not. I was going to see if I could improve on this hot thing, because dang, he was really rocking the jacket. He gave me a wary look, but didn't protest again. I tugged him into one last store where I tried on costume jewelry while Parker held my shopping bags. I found a necklace that went with the top he'd picked out and bought it. Now, let's go back to my house and you can tell me how awesome I look in my new clothes.
Okay, but after this, you owe me a Michael Bay movie.
Deal. Chapter 3. I tugged on the bottom of the cute shirt I'd bought, suddenly nervous that Parker wouldn't like it on me. Weird. I usually didn't care what he thought, at least not about what I wore. I must be anxious about the party. I pushed my way out of my bathroom and into my bedroom. Parker looked up from the snow globe he was turning around in his hand. It was the one my dad had bought me at Disney World. I collected snow globes. He placed it back on my shelf while staring at me.
Nice.
You think? It's not too short? The cut of the shirt was supposed to be shorter, but I wasn't used to wearing something like that, and I was a bit self-conscious. It didn't exactly expose my belly button, but there was a sliver of skin showing. His gaze traveled down me, then snapped back up to meet mine.
I was talking about the snow globe.
I picked up a pillow and threw it at him. It hit him in the head, and he laughed.
Just kidding. Your shirt isn't too short.
Good. A loud shriek sounded from the hallway, and my little brother Travis came running into my room. He wore a helmet and was swinging a foam sword around, yelling something about being victorious.
Whoa, Trav, what do you have there?
Parker said, grabbing my brother and picking him up from the ground. I'm a warrior, he yelled, wiggling to be let down. Parker swung him around and he giggled. After he set him down, Travis hollered again and jumped on my bed. Dude, settle down. You're going to break something. I shooed him off. Travis ran around the clothes on my floor. I'm taking you down. Oh no, whatever will I do? I said in a monotone voice. Parker chuckled.
I'll take her down with you.
Yeah, Travis yelled. Get her! Wait! Parker came at me and I didn't have time to get out of the way. He tackled me, pushing me onto my bed. Travis climbed on my legs and waved his sword. We got her! Parker was practically on top of me, pinning me to the bed.
What should we do now?
He asked my brother. Tickle her! No, you don't, I said, but it got lost in the shouts from Travis. Parker's fingers tickled my sides and I couldn't help but laugh. I wiggled and tried to get away, but Parker was pressed on top of me. Travis jumped on the bed and shouted. Truce! I yelled, and Parker stopped tickling. We got her! Travis shouted, jumping. We slayed the dragon. Parker looked down at me, and I could feel his chuckle rumble through his chest.
Hear that? You're a dragon.
I feel more like a pancake. Travis must have thought that was funny because he slammed himself on top of Parker, and my breath whooshed out. Dang, kid! I can't breathe, I said as I gasped for air. Parker rolled off me and grabbed Travis.
I think we tortured the princess enough for one day.
He tickled Travis and peals of laughter rang out. Travis jumped away from Parker and waved his sword. I will conquer!
All right, go conquer!
Parker yelled after him as he ran down the hallway to his room. I rolled onto my side and leaned on my elbow as I tried to catch my breath. That kid! Parker grinned at me, still leaning back on the bed.
He's a hoot.
He's obnoxious.
Little brothers are supposed to be obnoxious.
I ran a hand over my hair. So much for getting ready for the party. Parker's smile faded and he swallowed. He reached out and tucked some hair behind my ear.
You look amazing.
His words sent a weird sensation through me, like static electricity or something. Odd. Thanks. I sat up, then hopped off my bed and ran back into the bathroom to brush my hair, despite what Parker had just said. After fixing my hair and making sure I looked decent, I joined Parker in my room and glanced at the clock. We had 2 hours until the party started. Were you serious about wanting to watch a Michael Bay movie?
I'm totally in a movie mood. Let's go flip through Amazon.
Parker and I were total movie nerds, so I nodded. Sure. 2 years ago, my dad ripped out his home gym and made it into a theater room. Now he has a membership to Club Fit, and I get to watch movies in style. I flipped the switch as I went down the stairs, which turned on the rope lighting along the walkway. We always sat in the 2 recliners in front, because we like to be close to the screen. I picked up the remote and plopped down. Parker took the remote from me. I elbowed him. Hey!
I shopped with you. That means it's my choice.
I rolled my eyes, but let him take control. Whatever. He scrolled through the choices. After a minute and a half, I huffed. Pick one already.
You can't rush me.
You're so slow. At this rate, we'll be late for the party. He clicked on A Quiet Place.
There. That's what I want to watch.
Oh, no way. You know I don't do horror. We watched all kinds of movies, but that was where I drew the line. I didn't like waking up at night in terror.
This isn't horror. I've seen the previews. It's suspense.
I frowned at him. Aliens killing humans? Look at that woman. She looks horrified. That's the definition of horror, being horrified.
I swear, it's suspense.
He took my hand.
I'll let you squeeze my hand if you get scared.
I shoved his hand away. I'll squeeze your head off if this is horror. What happened to Michael Bay? Explosions? Action? He chuckled.
Come on, you'll like it.
He didn't wait for me to agree and started the movie. Fine, but if I get nightmares tonight, I'm calling you and waking you up. I gave him the evil eye.
Deal.
Halfway through the movie, Parker leaned over and whispered,
I know I said you could squeeze my hand, but could you let me get a little blood to my fingers? They're purple.
I let go of his hand, not realizing I had been gripping him for dear life. Sorry. He laughed and flexed his fingers.
Is this too intense for you? Should I shut it off?
I was too into the film to stop. I had to see what would happen next. He was right. The movie wasn't horror. It was edge-of-your-seat tension. Shut up.
You want to keep watching?
Yes. I motioned for him to be quiet. He chuckled and relaxed back into his seat.
All right, then. Shh. There's no noise in this movie. What is it you want to hear?
I whacked him in the chest. He just smiled and settled into his chair. That's what it was like for Parker and me. We knew how to get under each other's skin, but more importantly, we knew when to cut it out so the other person didn't get too mad. I got so into the film by the climax of the movie, I was bawling. Not just tearing up. I was ugly crying. Parker just handed me a tissue so I could blow my nose. When the credits rolled, I grabbed the remote and turned off the screen. Some movie choice, nerd bucket. Now I have to go to the party looking like my aunt just died.
Hey, how was I supposed to know it was going to end like that?
Read the reviews.
I don't like spoilers.
I stood. I'll be in my bathroom, making myself look like I didn't just spend the last 10 minutes crying.
You go do that. I'm going to raid your fridge.
I was normally not a makeup girl, but as I stared at myself in the mirror, I decided I could use a little, so my eyes didn't look so red and puffy. I splashed cold water on my face and patted it dry. Then I got to work. By the time I was done, I didn't look half bad. And you could no longer tell I'd had a cry fest. I walked into the kitchen. Ready to go? Parker held a chicken leg, gnawing on it.
In a sec.
Why are you eating? There's going to be pizza there. He shrugged.
I'll have some of that too.
I gave him my best death stare. I have no idea why you got such great metabolism, and I'm going to have to diet over the next 2 weeks because I ate a bear claw this morning. Parker just smiled at me. He finished eating and then slipped on the jacket I'd bought him. I waved my hands and shrieked. Wait a second! We need to style your hair. I totally forgot. Parker grimaced but followed me up the stairs anyway, I made him sit in my reading chair while I threw hair products on my bed.
Oh no, no way are you going to put that stuff in my hair.
I frowned at him. Why not? He pointed to the pink bottle of mousse.
I'm not going to smell like girl hair.
Fine, just a second then. I stomped out of my room and down the hallway to my father's bathroom. Travis came around the corner and followed me in. His helmet was gone now. What are you doing? Looking for Dad's hair products. Travis wrinkled his nose. His what? I opened the cabinet and pulled out the only bottle of gel he had. This. Oh. I left Travis in my father's room and joined Parker. I shoved the brown bottle of manly hair care in his face. Here. Is this better? Parker nodded.
Yes, you can use that.
I opened the bottle and poured some out in my hands. Then I rubbed it on both hands. Parker fidgeted. Sit still.
Yes, ma'am.
I ran my fingers through his hair, spreading the gel through. Man, Parker, your hair is soft. What do you do to it? He looked up at me.
Wash it?
With what? Baby kitten tears? He chuckled.
Are you done yet?
Nope. Be patient. I kind of didn't want to stop playing with his hair. He'd let it grow out a bit more than usual, and it was fun to see what it would do with the gel in it. I raised the hair up a bit in front and let it flop over, almost covering his eye. That look, combined with the jacket, made my heart rate speed up. Dang, Parker, you're a lady killer. He raised one eyebrow and stood up from the chair.
You think?
Holy cow. I wasn't sure what had happened to him, but he was definitely looking good. It was messing with my head. Let's go. As we passed by the living room, my father paused the show he was watching and stretched to look at us.
Hey, where are you two headed off to?
Wes's house, I called. My father jumped up from the couch and appeared in the archway.
Who's Wes?
Just a guy from school.
And what's going on at Wes's house?
I nervously shrugged. Just a party. My dad looked like I had said I was going to jump off a bridge.
A party? Since when do you go to parties?
Since today? His eyebrows pulled down and he stepped closer.
Well, what kind of party? Where does Wes live? Are Wes's parents going to be there? Who else is going?
I pointed to Parker. Parker's going with me. Yes, his parents will be there, just up the street, so we're going to walk. And it's a pizza party? I answered in reverse order, not actually sure if I was lying or not. I had no idea if his parents would be there. My father took a second to look me over. Then he nodded.
All right. If Parker's with you, you can go.
He pointed at me.
But no alcohol.
I held in an eye roll. Of course, Dad. After we got outside, I slugged Parker in the arm. Hear that? My dad thinks you'll keep me out of trouble. Parker didn't say anything in return, but he chuckled. When we arrived, my footsteps slowed. He turned to me.
Are you sure you want to do this?
I bit my lower lip and shuffled my feet. I hated social events, but my drive to put myself in a situation where Lucas could possibly talk to me was strong. I shoved back my fears and nodded. Yes, let's do this. I grabbed Parker's hand and we walked up the walkway. Music came from somewhere and it vibrated the windows. I pressed the doorbell. Wes opened the door and ushered us inside.
Pizza's in the back by the pool.
He said it like he'd already said it 1,000 times. I glanced around but didn't see Lucas. The throngs of teens around me made my throat close up. What was I doing here? Parker looked at me like he'd swallowed a fly.
Pool? I didn't know this was a pool party.
I hadn't known either, but most of the kids were dressed in regular clothes. I think we're fine. I started to feel claustrophobic. Let's go out back, I yelled over the music.
Okay.
We squeezed our way through the house and out the patio door. There were a handful of kids in the heated pool, some more sitting on the sides with their legs in, and others lounging around on the patio furniture. A long table held stacks of pizza boxes and a cooler full of cans of soda. My dad would be happy. No beer. Parker pointed to a free lounge chair.
Go sit. I'll bring you some pizza.
I was down with that. I snagged the chair and dragged another one close to hold it for Parker. Just as Parker started walking toward me with his hands full, I felt that familiar tingle down my spine. I knew Lucas was nearby. And then I saw him coming out of the house, sliding the patio door closed behind him. And Charlotte wasn't with him. Chapter 4. I froze. All my breath gone. Lucas scanned the area, his gaze skimming over me before he spotted someone, whoever it was he was looking for, over by the pool. I watched Lucas as he walked right past my chair, not even acknowledging me. Parker sat next to me, and I exhaled. "Did you see that?" I hissed as I took a plate of pizza from him. He held out a can of Dr. Pepper, my favorite. He must have dug to the bottom to get it because it was ice cold.
Did I see what?
Lucas! He walked right by me. I waved a hand to fan my face.
Parker lifted his eyebrows. Nice.
He was trying to be supportive, but I knew he didn't understand. I also knew I was acting a bit neurotic, but I had kept my crush a secret for so long, I was excited I could actually talk to Parker about my feelings. I know you don't care. I'll try to be a good pretend girlfriend and talk about something else. Parker's phone chimed and he juggled his pizza as he pulled it out of his pocket. He looked at the screen, frowned, sent off a quick answer, then slid it back into his pocket. I'd seen that look on his face before. Is that your mom?
Yeah.
What does she need now? Parker shook his head.
Nothing. I'll take care of it later.
I took a bite of my pizza. It was cold, but it tasted good. Is she still working at the gas station? Parker's gaze fell.
No.
For as long as I'd known him, his mother had struggled with keeping a job. She'd worked some fast food places, had been a janitor, a cashier, and between those jobs had been unemployed. It seemed lately the time she spent working was fewer and farther between. Oh. I didn't know what else to say to him. I was sure he hated the instability. I'd asked him one time about his father. He didn't even know his name. His mother wouldn't talk about him. I guess she'd gotten pregnant in high school and had moved out on her own to raise Parker. I wasn't even sure if his father knew about him, which was super sad. Parker never wanted to talk about it, so half of my information was assumptions. Parker and I finished our pizza, and we sat and watched as kids splashed in the pool. It was chilly enough. I was glad I hadn't known there would be swimming. I get cold easily, and I could imagine myself turning into a popsicle if I had tried to be one of the cool kids in the water. The sliding door opened, and Charlotte walked outside. Disappointment rose in me as I watched her face light up when she saw Lucas. She picked her way through the crowd toward him. As she passed by my chair, she smiled. Hannah, you came. We decided to come for a while. I grabbed Parker's hand to show her we were together. Her gaze flickered to our hands clasped, and her smile widened. That's great! I allowed my gaze to follow her strides until she joined Lucas. She snuggled into his side, and I swallowed back the jealousy. Lucas looked at her with such adoration in his eyes that it made me want to puke. He leaned down and gave her a kiss. I suddenly stood up, my chair scraping on the pavement. This wasn't a good idea, I blurted out. Parker jumped up as well.
You want to leave?
Lucas came up from his kiss, and his gaze connected with mine. He'd caught me staring at him. Heat rushed to my cheeks as he continued to look at me, a curious expression on his face. In a panic, I grabbed Parker and planted one on his lips. His eyes widened, and I knew I had stunned him, but I couldn't let Lucas know I was sitting there, pining after him. My brain registered the warmth of Parker's lips on mine at the same time his arms snaked around my waist, pulling me closer. I was glad Parker had gotten my signal and was making the kiss look real. I knew I should be doing something other than just standing there, pressing my lips on his, so I slid my hands up his chest and hooked them behind his neck. Parker moved his lips over mine, and I wasn't prepared for the sensations that overtook me.
What was going on?
My skin tingled and my toes involuntarily curled. His hand rested on my lower back, and the warmth of the contact spread through me. I'd kissed a boy before, but it hadn't felt like this. I was on fire at the same time chills ran down my spine. My fingers found his hair and threaded through it. So soft, even with the gel in it. His lips parted and he let out a tiny gasp. I pulled back, my gaze flicking to Lucas to see if he was still watching me. He was. My heart pounded as Lucas gave me a small head nod, a smile creeping on his lips. I couldn't believe it. Lucas had actually noticed me. I smiled back. Parker stepped back from me, letting go of my waist. He turned to glance in the direction I was looking. He clenched his jaw and narrowed his eyes when he saw Lucas.
You ready to go? I've had about as much of this party as I can take.
What? Parker wanted to go just when his plan was starting to work? I shook my head, but Parker didn't see it because he had already taken 2 steps toward the sliding glass doors. Wait! I grabbed his arm and turned him back around. Can we stay for just a few more minutes? Please? He gave me a pained look. I must have underestimated how much he hated social events.
How long?
Not long, I promise. Our chairs had been taken while we were standing and kissing, so he stalked by me and took a seat in the grass next to the pool. I grabbed my Dr. Pepper and followed him. I sat down on the grass beside Parker and set my can of soda on the stony tile of the swimming pool. I leaned back, aware of every move Lucas was making. He kissed the top of Charlotte's head and then turned to talk to one of his buddies. Parker and I sat silent for a few minutes as I played the part of Lucas's creepy stalker girl. Then Parker nudged my knee.
What are you doing for your community service project for civics class?
He leaned toward me as he spoke. The noise from the kids in the pool made it harder to hear. I'm volunteering at the senior center. Every Wednesday they have bingo, so I'm going to run that for them. And then on Sundays, I'm going to run their craft room. He raised his eyebrows.
What kind of crafts?
I don't want to do anything that requires a lot of detailed work, because some of them don't have a lot of dexterity. I'm going to bring in some rubber stamps tomorrow so they can make cards. I haven't figured out what we'll do the week after that yet. I'm still in the planning stages.
Sounds cool,
Parker said. What are you doing?
I'm volunteering down at the soup kitchen.
I'd never been in the soup kitchen, so I was quite curious about it. Do they really only serve soup?
Parker rolled his eyes. They serve all kinds of food. Soup kitchen is just a name.
Are you helping to cook?
I don't know yet. My first day is tomorrow.
He shrugged.
We'll see. I'm not a bad cook, if that's what you're asking. I know how to read a recipe.
I shoved his shoulder. I know. Parker's phone made another noise, and he pulled it out again. I leaned closer to see the screen, but he hid it from me. What? I asked. Is she asking you to do something embarrassing? He scoffed, but I saw a flash of something cross his face.
No.
Well, what is it then?
She needs a ride home.
Where is she? He frowned.
Does it matter? I have to go. If you want to stay, that's fine. I'll text you later.
I jumped up before he could leave me sitting there by myself. Okay, we'll leave. I bent to pick up my Dr. Pepper when one of the football players rushed by me. Unfortunately, there wasn't much room, and he grazed my side, causing me to go off balance. Before I could take a proper breath, I fell headfirst into the pool. Warm water rushed over me, and I gasped. Wrong thing to do underwater. I choked and struggled to get my head above the surface, but I was turned around and wasn't sure which way was up. I frantically waved my arms around and kicked at the water, but the disorientation made it impossible for me to swim. Water filled my nose. This was it. I was going to drown right in front of Lucas in a pool that was probably no deeper than 3 feet. How embarrassing. Strong arms encircled me, and I felt an enormous tug. My head cleared the water, and I took in a breath, coughing and sputtering. Whoever fished me out of the pool laid me down on the grass, and I looked up, expecting to see Lucas. I knew he could swim. It should have been him. But it was Parker's gray eyes that gazed at me, concern pulling his eyebrows down. His hair dripped water on me, and his white t-shirt clung to his body. Since when did Parker have muscles? I shook my head and coughed some more until I was sure I could breathe without hacking up a lung. When I finally sat up, I realized everyone from the backyard was gathered around, staring at me. I heard whispers of, "Is she okay?" and "Who is that?" Mortification heated my skin. I threw my hands up in the air. Ta-da! And for my next performance... The crowd burst into laughter, and relief helped balm my embarrassment. People went back to whatever it was they were doing, and Parker patted my back.
Are you all right?
I nodded, not sure I wanted to trust my voice. I stared at his leather jacket, laying in a heap beside the pool. In my mind, I could see him jump up, tear off the jacket, and dive into the pool to save me. Emotions swelled in me as I thought about what might have happened had he not done that. I honestly thought I was going to die tonight. I threw my arms around him. "Thank you," I whispered. He returned my embrace, warmth seeping through me. His muscles flexed under his wet shirt. With his arms around me, I felt safe. I knew Parker wouldn't let anything bad happen to me. Lucas walked up to us, and I jumped back from Parker, suddenly feeling guilty for some odd reason. Lucas just stood there, looking at me. My heart sped up, and I had an official freak-out moment. Chapter 5.
Hey, it's Hannah, right?
Lucas said in that smooth voice of his. My breath caught, but not from the water in my lungs. Lucas was talking to me. Actually talking to me. And he knew my name. How did he know my name? My stomach fluttered, and I felt lightheaded. I smiled at him, hoping I looked cute and not like a drenched hag. Yes, I managed to say without starting up another coughing fit.
You okay?
I nodded like a mute idiot. I was such a dork. He put his hands behind his back and rocked back on his heels.
Good. You made me nervous.
Then Charlotte walked up to him and he took her hand, and together they walked away. And that was it. That was my long-awaited first conversation with Lucas. Parker helped me stand up, and we said goodbye and walked around the yard so we could leave. As soon as I got out of earshot, I yelped, "Did you see that?" I grabbed Parker's jacket and faced him, which meant I had to walk backwards. "Did you see that? Lucas, talk to me!" Parker ignored my ranting and kept walking.
Uh-huh.
I can't believe it! He knows my name. He said my name. Out loud.
How else would he say it?
Just let me have my moment, okay? I wanted to die and float around on the clouds. My insane plan was working. All of it. The part where I showed up where Lucas was going to be, and the part where I made him jealous. I couldn't believe it. Even I hadn't thought my plan would work. Parker slowed as we approached his car, an old Toyota I affectionately named Grandma Car. He turned to me and shook water out of his hair.
Well, tonight was interesting. Guess I'll see you Monday.
Nervous energy coursed through my body. I didn't want to go inside my house. I wanted to celebrate my victory. I'll come pick up your mom with you, then we can go do something.
No.
I stared at Parker in surprise. No? Since when did Parker not want to hang out? He cringed.
I mean, you don't want to go with me to get my mother.
Yes, I do. It's only 7:30. My curfew isn't until midnight. He hedged. Parker, what's the deal? What is going on with your mother? I knew his mother pestered him all the time about stuff, but something was off.
Nothing is going on.
He waved his hand over me.
You're all wet. I just don't want Mom to ask too many questions. Why don't you go change? I can go get my mom and take her home. That will give me the chance to put on something dry as well. Then I'll come back and get you.
That made perfect sense. Deal. I grinned at Parker, but he seemed anxious to leave, so I gave him a wave and ran inside to change out of my wet clothes. Thank goodness my dad wasn't still in the living room. I would not have wanted to explain why I was dripping wet. I ran up the steps and into my bathroom. When I saw myself in the mirror, I shrieked. Oh no! Apparently, the makeup I had purchased wasn't waterproof because I looked like a macabre version of that sad clown who sings opera. Not only that, but my hair was nasty and stood on end. And that wasn't the worst part. Lucas had seen me like this. He'd talked to me. He'd looked right at me, and I looked like my worst nightmare. I grabbed a washcloth and started scrubbing my face. This was terrible. I knew my hair had gotten wet, and my clothes. Okay, I was soaked. But I thought maybe I had looked sexy, like one of those models taking photos in the rain. I never thought my face and hair would look like I'd tried to become the bride of Frankenstein. Parker had jumped into the pool. Why had he come out looking fantastic? Little drops of water had clung to his eyelashes. That had looked sexy, but me? No way. There were no little sexy drops of water on my eyelashes. Just globs of black mess dripping down my face. Great. After I cleaned my face up and brushed my hair, I got out of my wet clothes. By the time Parker pulled back up to the house, I felt like my normal self again. I grabbed a notebook and pen, slipped on my jacket, and headed toward the door. My dad stopped me in the hallway.
Wait, where are you going now? You're done with the party already?
I nodded. Yeah, we left. Parker and I are just going to go hang out. He looked a bit stunned.
Oh, okay. You know the rules. Be home at midnight.
Yep, bye, Dad. I raced past him. Parker seemed anxious when I climbed into the car. He was tapping the steering wheel and bouncing his foot. Everything all right? I asked.
It's fine. Where do you want to go?
Let's go to the ice cream parlor. We can brainstorm ideas. I held up my notebook. His eyebrows raised.
Ideas for what?
For the next steps in our plan. I can't believe how well it worked tonight. Parker didn't seem thrilled about it, but he took off toward downtown Sweetwater. I buckled my seatbelt. He didn't say anything on the drive over, and I was trying to think, so it didn't matter anyway. We arrived, ordered our favorite cones, and took a table. I pulled out my pen and opened the notebook. I think we should list the places we'll go where he'll be so I can bump into him again. Obviously, there's the Cupid's dance, but that's not for 2 weeks. I wrote down Cupid's dance.
You could drive by the breadbasket every day and see if he happens to be outside.
That's not a bad idea. Parker made a face.
I was kidding, Hannah. That's a dumb idea. Are you listening to yourself?
I scoffed and wrote it down anyway. I put up with you all through your Katy Perry obsession.
That's so not the same.
He licked his double chocolate chip fudge ice cream. It is too. You had a major crush on her. I took a bite of mine, which was the same flavor as Parker's. We both had good taste.
She's a superstar. I'll never see her in real life. Lucas lives here in Sweetwater. You could end up with him.
I stared at Parker. That's your objection? That my plan could work? What's wrong with you?
I just think you're taking things to an unhealthy level. That's all.
He scooted his chair back and avoided my gaze. Unhealthy? Parker, I really like him. He is everything I ever wanted in a man.
Because he's rich?
Parker said so quietly I had to play it over again in my head to make sure I'd heard him right. No, of course not. I couldn't believe he would think that. Sure, my dad had a great job and we lived in the nice part of town, and Lucas was like the son of a billionaire, but I would like him even if he had nothing. It was Lucas I liked, not his money. And I was offended Parker could even think that. Parker sighed and waved his hand dismissively.
Never mind.
You're just mad because... My voice trailed off because I couldn't think of why he'd be so upset about me and Lucas. And then it hit me. You don't have a girlfriend. He rolled his eyes. That's not... I got excited and slapped the table. You must have a girl you like. I'll help you gain her attention in exchange for you helping me with Lucas. I grinned at him like I just solved all the world's problems. He grunted and scrubbed a hand over his face.
For being so smart, you can be so dumb sometimes.
Then tell me, is there a girl you like? A girl you want to date? He got a funny look on his face.
Yes.
Then what's the problem? I'll help you gain her attention if you help me get Lucas. We both get what we want." Parker seemed like he was going to get upset again, but then he looked down at the table and nodded.
"All right. Deal."
"Okay. Who is it?" Parker licked his cone, a contemplative expression on his face.
"I'm not going to tell you right now."
I let out an exasperated sigh. "This won't work if you're not going to cooperate." A look flashed across his face.
"Oh, I'll tell you. Just not right now. I think I need to wait for the right time."
What the heck? The right time? Why was Parker being so cryptic? I almost yelled at him for it, but I stopped myself. Whatever. If he wanted to keep his secret crush a secret, what did it matter? He'd tell me eventually. He always did. "Fine. You help me get Lucas, and then I'll help you get your mystery girl when you finally decide it's the right time to tell me." He popped the last of his cone in his mouth and folded his arms.
"Fine."
I waved my pen. "So, back to brainstorming." Parker slid his napkin in front of him and folded it in half diagonally.
"We could find a place to hang out near where he and his gang like to sit before school."
He lifted his gaze to mine.
"You know, over by the Commons area."
"Great idea!" I wrote it down as I ate the last of my cone, wondering why ice cream cones don't taste better. They always disappointed me. Parker continued to fold his napkin, and I realized he was creating something with it. I watched in fascination as he folded it in different ways. "What are you making?" A blush colored his cheeks.
"You'll see,"
he just said as he worked with it. I stared at it as he manipulated the napkin in ways I wouldn't have thought of, folding and opening and creasing. Then I saw it start to take shape as he twisted the paper. He'd turned his napkin into a flower. I clapped my hands together. "Oh my gosh, that's adorable! How did you learn to do that?"
"It's called boredom and flipping through YouTube channels."
He handed me the flower and ducked his head down in a mock bow.
"For you, m'lady."
I stared at the flower in my hand. It looked so delicate, the petals twisting into the shape of a rose. That's so cool.
"Yeah, well, we better go before I turn another napkin into a frog."
I laughed and reached across the table to mess up his hair. He caught my wrist before I could.
"No way. Do you know how long I spent trying to get my hair to look like you had with that gel?"
His lips pulled up into a smile. I hadn't noticed, but he'd done a pretty good job. "You're such a girl." He scoffed and stood, letting go of my wrist.
"And you're sexist."
"Well, you're a nerd." I scooped up my notebook into the crook of my arm. Then I slid the flower he'd made for me into my jacket pocket so it wouldn't get smushed. It was a weird thing for me to want to keep, but I liked it. And it had been a sweet thing for Parker to make it for me. He was a sweet guy. I hoped he'd get the courage to tell me who he had a crush on soon. He deserved to find happiness. Chapter 6. I glanced at the clock. I still have an hour and a half before curfew. Want to go to our favorite spot on the beach? Parker nodded and followed me out. Our favorite spot was really just behind my house. We'd dragged a large piece of driftwood where the grass ended and the sand began. We liked sitting on it and watching the waves. When we got to my house, I told my dad we were going to be out back, and he nodded and turned back to his television program. I grabbed a blanket because it was getting chilly, and we headed outside. I flipped on the globe string lights that hung over our back deck and walked with Parker down to the sand. I sat down and wrapped the blanket around my shoulders. Parker sat next to me. Without asking, I draped part of the blanket over his back and he took the end from me. We did this often enough that we didn't need to talk about it. I leaned into him and he put his arm around me. I liked the smell of the leather jacket I'd bought for him, mixed with the scent that was unique to Parker and the salty sea air. It smelled like home, like a scent I could ease myself into and just relax. He put his hand on mine, and as his fingers grazed over my skin, my stomach started doing this little fluttery thing. That was odd. Parker and I had a brother-sister type relationship. He was a touchy-feely kind of guy, but I'd never had my body react in such a way to his touch before. He rubbed his thumb over the back of my hand, and a jolt of something electric skittered across my skin. I jumped up, unnerved by this new feeling that I was having, letting the blanket fall to the grass behind us. He looked up at me, confusion on his face.
You okay?
Yeah. Why was my voice so shaky? I just thought we could spread the blanket out on the sand and look at the stars. He nodded.
Good idea.
Parker didn't seem to notice my discomfort. He grabbed the blanket and arranged it on the sand. Then he climbed on it and stretched back, his head resting on his hands, his elbows out. I joined him. There. No touching this time. No reason for my body to get all weird on me. I stared up at the stars. The night was clear, and the Milky Way was bright. I settled in contentedly beside Parker. This is nice. He turned to me.
Can I ask you something?
Since when do you have to ask permission?
Since when did you get all snarky on me?
Yeah, I was kind of being a brat tonight. Sorry, go ahead.
Why do you like Lucas so much?
That should be obvious. I held in a scoffing noise. What wasn't to like about Lucas? He was perfection.
Humor me.
I sighed and tried to think of what to say to Parker that would appease him. He's kind.
What's he done to be kind to you?
He talked to me after I nearly drowned.
Talking to you? That's kindness?
I let out a frustrated grunt. He doesn't know me yet. He's kind to others.
So you've watched him be kind. What did he do?
Like, you want examples? I turned on my side and glared at Parker. Why was he being like this? What did he want from me? He rolled to his side as well. His gaze was more intense than I had expected.
Yes. Examples.
I can't give any. I don't write down every little thing I see people do. What I didn't want to admit to myself is that Parker was annoying me because I couldn't think of anything I'd seen Lucas do that was truly kind.
Okay. What else do you like about him?
My thoughts turned to Lucas. His perfect lips, the way his hair hangs on his forehead, his laugh that melts my insides like butter left out on a hot day, his... Dang. Was I that shallow? I pursed my lips, not wanting to admit to Parker that I liked Lucas because he was pretty to look at. I don't know, I just like him, okay? His gaze penetrated me. It wasn't judgmental. Parker was just seeing right through me. I could tell.
Okay,
he said as he placed his hand on mine. How was his hand so warm in the chilly night air? His tongue flicked over his lips so quickly I wondered if I had really seen it.
Can I ask something else?
I was pinned by his gaze. I couldn't move, and I could barely breathe. If Parker had asked me to give my soul over to him, I would have gladly done so. Go ahead. His lips parted, but then shut them again, as if he was going to ask it, but then changed his mind.
Why do you spend so much time with me?
I almost laughed, but it didn't come out. The moment felt too raw, too serious. Instead, I smiled at him. That's easy. You're my best friend. His thumb grazed the skin on the back of my hand, and fireworks exploded in my chest, expanding my lungs, making my skin hot and tingly. I forced myself to remain still. Was he inching closer to me? I couldn't quite tell, but it seemed that way.
Why am I your best friend?
I had to think about that one. We'd just always been friends. Parker was my breath of fresh air when I was choking from the stress of daily life. He always knew what would make me feel better. He knew what my goals were and how to help me achieve them. He was my perfect study partner. He pushed me to excel and knew my weaknesses. And he and I liked the same things. Because you're awesome? He smiled at me, his dimple appearing.
Awesome, huh?
My heart raced in my chest as I stared at Parker's lips. Why was I staring at his lips? The memory of the kiss we'd shared earlier flashed through my mind. I'd felt things during that kiss I had never felt before. But my mind had been on Lucas. And now my mind was fully on Parker. He was still stroking my hand. He was now just a millimeter away from me, his nose almost touching mine. I could feel his breath on my lips. It smelled of something sweet I couldn't put my finger on. What was happening? Was he thinking about our last kiss as well? It was just for show, right? It wasn't a real kiss. I swallowed, mesmerized by his gaze and the feelings that were coursing through me. Why was I feeling this way? I blinked. Was he going to kiss me again? I drew in a breath, trying to sort everything out. Did I want Parker to kiss me? Parker, the boy who loved comic books and movies. The boy who dropped whatever he was doing to come to my rescue when I had a flat tire. The boy who I spent every weekend with. My literal best friend in the world. I suddenly snapped out of whatever trance I had been in and chuckled. Yep, you're my awesome friend. I slugged him like a guy would do to another guy. Something flashed through his eyes, and he pulled away from me. And for some reason, my body felt the loss. The space between us grew cold in an instant.
Right,
he said, rolling away from me. Back to looking at the stars. Back to the distance I was more comfortable with. Best friend distance. My heart didn't know whether to feel relief or disappointment, and both washed over me. I moved back as well and stared up at the stars. Why are you friends with me? I hadn't known I was going to ask that, and my lips pinched together in anticipation of what Parker would say. He stilled, and I could tell he was thinking about what to say.
Because you're calm when I'm freaking out. You're funny when I'm sad. You're smart when I can't figure something out. And you're there when I need you to be.
Emotion closed my throat, and I didn't know what to say. That was the sweetest thing Parker had ever said to me. So, in other words, I'm awesome. He chuckled and raised his eyebrows at me.
Yeah, you're awesome.
We stayed there, looking at the stars until midnight when I had to get back inside the house. After I got ready for bed, I laid in bed for over an hour, wondering what tonight had meant. Something had happened between us, but I had no idea what. I couldn't put it into words. But for the first time since Lucas moved to Sweetwater, I fell asleep thinking about Parker instead. Chapter 7. I stared at the front door of the senior center as a wave of nervousness rose in me. I had to do this. It was for civics class. I couldn't graduate without it. I gripped my plastic container of rubber stamps and supplies and forced my feet to move. I opened the door and the woman behind the desk smiled at me. She had short brown hair and kind eyes.
You must be the volunteer.
Yes. I shook her hand. I'm Hannah.
She stood. I'm Barbara. Nice to meet you. I'll show you to your room.
I followed her down a hallway that smelled of cleaning solution. She opened a door and ushered me into a large room. A few round tables were scattered around the room, with one long table near the front. A corkboard hung on the wall with bright flowers stapled to it, and a list of activities the center would have that month. I noticed my name on the board and swallowed down my apprehension.
This is the activities center. Feel free to set up on that table over there.
She gestured to the long table. Staring at the big room, I worried I wouldn't have enough supplies. How many people will be doing this today?
This will be a small group today. 9 or 10 ladies. She squeezed my arm. You'll do fine.
Her words sent a soothing warmth over me. I smiled at her as I set my plastic tub down on the table. Thank you.
I'll be back in a few minutes.
Barbara left. I lifted the lid of my craft container and started setting items out on the table. I had a couple of acrylic picture frames that I had turned upside down and filled with rubber stamps. I scattered the stamps down the center, then set out different colors of stamp pads and pieces of cardstock. I had a few stamp cleaning pads, but they were dry. I had forgotten to bring my spray bottle. I grabbed them and glanced around the room. No sink. Shoot. I'd have to find a bathroom. I quickly raced across the room and out the door. The hallway was empty and I rushed down, searching for anything that looked like a restroom sign. As I turned the corner, I collided with someone. "Oh!" I said, bouncing off the guy. I lifted my gaze and found myself staring at Lucas. My mouth went dry, and I had the sudden urge to throw up.
Sorry about that,
he said, grabbing my arm. Was I staggering? Was he trying to steady me? I wasn't sure, but the hallway did seem like it was spinning. Lucas looked at me.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, I agreed with him, my brain not working properly. What was Lucas doing in the care facility? Had he seen me come in? Was he looking for me? My heart pounded with the realization that he was standing just inches from me.
How are you? Are you okay?
Now he was looking at me like he wasn't sure if I had suffered brain damage from my dunk in the pool last night. I shook my head. No, I'm fine. A smile played on his lips.
Which isn't? No, you're not okay, or yes, you're fine?
I couldn't think. Couldn't breathe. The guy I had dreamed of for so long was finally standing there, right in front of me. And I couldn't function like a normal human being. Why was I such a dork? I felt a massive blush sweep over my face and down my neck. I'm fine, I repeated.
Good.
He ran a hand through his hair, and I about choked on my spit. He was beyond gorgeous, but now he was staring past me.
Are you volunteering here too?
And that's when I noticed what he was wearing. A white volunteer shirt. I felt like such an idiot. He was there to complete his civics class requirement, just like I was. He was not following me. Duh. Yes. I held up my rubber stamp cleaning pads. I'm just trying to find the bathroom. He quirked an eyebrow at me.
They're down that way.
He motioned. I nodded and stepped around him, now only wanting to get away from him. Thanks. He gave me a half wave and continued down the hallway, disappearing into a room. I ran to the bathroom, my hands shaking. Lucas was here, and he had talked to me, and I had acted like a complete loser. I splashed water on my face and tried to calm down. This was not going to be the way this ended. I was going to get my composure back, and I was going to run into Lucas again and be a different person. I was going to be suave and sexy. I was going to show him my intelligence. I was going to make him fall in love with me, and we'd live on the ocean and have 3 perfect kids and live the perfect life. I ran the stamp cleaning pads under the water and blotted them with a paper towel. See? I was calm already. I checked myself in the mirror, giving my reflection a smile. There. That's the girl Lucas was going to fall for. I headed back down the hall but didn't see Lucas along the way. He was probably on the other side of the building with the patients. That was fine. I was volunteering at the same place. Surely we'd see each other again. I walked back into the activities room and saw that all the ladies were already in the room, seated around the long table. Barbara entered, pushing a woman in a wheelchair. Agnes, this is Hannah. She's going to help you make a card today. I forced myself to smile at her. Hello, Agnes. The old woman glared at me and didn't say anything. Great. I was a failure already. My whole job was to make these ladies happy, and Agnes hated me. Barbara wheeled her to the table and locked the chair. Then she came to me and leaned down. Don't worry about Agnes. If she doesn't participate, don't let it upset you. She rarely will, but I like to give her the opportunity. I don't like to see her sitting in her room all day long. I nodded, the anxiety rising in me. Barbara must have sensed it because she patted my shoulder. If you need help, don't be afraid to come get me. Barbara left, and I turned to see all the women staring at me. All except Agnes, who was staring down at the table. I took in a breath and let it out. Welcome to our rubber stamp activity today. We'll be making cards for our loved ones. I want to go to my room, Agnes announced. For a brief second, I thought I was going to pass out. But then one of the ladies laughed. Oh, you always say that, Agnes. The room filled with chatter and laughter, and the tension eased off my shoulders. I picked up a rubber stamp and a pad. It's best to rub the stamp on the pad first, then tap it, like this. I continued to show the ladies how to layer paper on the card, and then they took over, picking up the stamps and chatting with each other. Agnes glared at me but didn't say anything. I helped the women clean their stamps and showed them how to glue different colors of paper together to create a card. After a while, I glanced at the clock, and the time startled me. Had it already been a whole hour? We were almost out of time, and I hadn't even needed to stretch it out. Relief poured over me. Okay, we need to clean up the stamps now. One of the women came over to me. Thank you for doing this today. I enjoyed it very much. She showed me the card she'd made. It had a flower on the front and a happy birthday message inside. It's for my granddaughter. She lives in Texas with her husband. I hardly ever get to see her. That looks great. I'm sure she'll love it." Several others came up to me after I'd packed up and told me how much fun they'd had. A warmth flowed through me. I'd done it! I'd finished my first hour of volunteer work, and I hadn't messed it up. Agnes slammed her hand down on the table.
"I want to go back to my room now."
"Yes, Agnes, I'll go get Barbara and she can take you."
"No."
Her gaze met mine.
"I want you to take me."
I swallowed. Was I allowed to take patients to their rooms? I didn't even know where it was.
Come on, I don't have all day."
She tried to push herself away from the table, but all that did was move the table, making a terrible scraping sound on the tile floor. "Just a sec, I need to get Barbara."
"No, you don't. You need to take me to my room, now."
She pushed again, but this time she must have been out of energy because the table didn't budge. I was frozen between just doing what the woman wanted and getting permission when Barbara walked into the room.
"How did it go?"
"Agnes wants to go back to her room."
"I want her to take me."
Agnes pointed at me, and it felt like she was tattling on me or something. "That's fine. Hannah can take you." Barbara leaned down and unlocked her wheels. "She's in room 125. I stood there for a second, staring at the wheelchair handles sticking out of the back. I'd never wheeled anyone in a chair before. What if I bumped her legs or something?
"Well, we going to wait all day?"
Agnes said, glaring at me again. "Nope." I forced myself to walk to her, and then I took the handles. "We're going right now, Agnes." Barbara gave me a smile and waited for me to push the old woman. I pulled her back away from the table, then started toward the exit. Barbara held the door for me as I pushed Agnes.
"You could go faster,"
Agnes complained. Barbara rolled her eyes, then patted Agnes's shoulder.
"Give the girl a break. This is her first day."
"First day?" Agnes turned to look at me.
"When are you coming back?"
"Next Wednesday for bingo night."
"Well, come get me then."
Barbara's eyes widened. After I pushed Agnes to her room and we left her by the window, Barbara leaned closer to me. "Wow, she never asks to leave her room. What did you do today?" I tried to think if I'd done anything. "Nothing special." "She's taken a real shine to you." Barbara smiled as we walked back to the activities room. "I'll make sure she comes to the next activity you do." I nodded, unsure if that was a good thing or not. I grabbed my plastic tub and headed toward the front door, listening to Barbara talk about some of the patients. A mix of relief and excitement washed over me. I'd done it. I'd completed my first day. And I was even volunteering at the same place Lucas was. Today was an awesome day. Chapter 8. I sat next to Parker on the stone wall, near where the popular kids gathered before school. The cold stone seeped through my jeans, chilling my legs. Parker had his nose in another comic book. My gaze involuntarily slid over to Lucas. He sat on one of the picnic tables, his feet on the bench, his arms slung around Charlotte, who was beside him. My heart fluttered as a breeze picked up and he ran a hand through his perfect hair. My brain played this in slow motion and my knees went weak. Good thing I was sitting down. Parker and I had been hanging out near the cool kids all week before school, but I had yet to catch Lucas's eye again. I nudged Parker, who had started wearing the leather jacket each day. "You ready for your test in chemistry?" He didn't look up from his comic book.
As ready as I'll ever be.
You'll be fine, like always. I patted him on the back, but made sure I didn't make contact with his skin. I'd been trying hard not to touch Parker since Saturday evening, when my body decided to get all weird on me. I leaned over and looked at the page he was so engrossed in. Green Star again. The guy had a serious obsession. But as my gaze flickered back to Lucas, I had to scold myself. My current obsession was probably just as annoying to Parker as Green Star was to me. I fidgeted on the wall, my legs starting to go numb from the chill. Why wasn't Lucas looking at me? He looked at me at the party and talked to me at the retirement home. Hadn't we had a small but totally sparkly conversation? He should be looking at me. And then it dawned on me. It was when Parker kissed me that Lucas had smiled at me. If I was going to get his attention again, I would have to do some more lip-locking with my pretend boyfriend. I elbowed Parker. He looked up from his comic book, one eyebrow raised.
What?
Kiss me. Something flashed through his expression that I couldn't quite read, but he made no move to come closer to me. Kiss me, I repeated, whispering. I want Lucas to see. He frowned and seemed to think about it, his gaze landing on Lucas and his gang for a brief moment before returning to me. He blinked, then looked down at his comic book.
No.
Why was Parker being this way? Come on! You said you'd help me get Lucas. When he raised his gaze, I wasn't prepared for the intensity in his gray eyes.
Not like this.
I grew desperate. Please, I promise it won't mean anything. He flinched and went back to reading.
No.
Ugh, I can't believe you're backing out now. The bell is going to ring in 5 minutes and I'll miss another day's opportunity. I don't want to wait another 24 hours. You said you'd do this. Please. I knew I was being a total brat, but I suddenly wanted Parker to kiss me more than anything. If it would make Lucas look at me, I wasn't above begging, pleading, making myself into a fool. Yeah, I needed help. Parker closed his comic book and slid it into his backpack. Then he hopped off the wall, dropped his backpack to the cement, and reached up for me. For some weird reason, my heart started pounding in my chest. He was going to kiss me. I knew it. I jumped down and Parker slid his arms around me. I closed my eyes and waited, feeling the stupid, fluttery feelings again at his touch on my lower back. I didn't want to contemplate why my body was acting like this. I didn't have a crush on Parker. He was just Parker, my best friend. I imagined what Lucas would see when he looked at us. Parker, tenderly holding me, leaning in closer and closer. But nothing happened. When his kiss didn't come, I opened my eyes to find him just looking at me. Well?
I'll kiss you, but I want you to do something for me in return.
Why was his voice all husky now? I leaned in closer to him to hear him better. Okay. He stared into my eyes and I noticed tiny flecks of gold in his irises. How had I never noticed those before? They made his eyes kind of gorgeous. His gaze dipped to my lips, and he drew me in until our lips were practically touching.
Kiss me back,
he whispered. Duh, of course I'd kiss him back. That was implied, wasn't it? But for some reason, I couldn't talk. The fluttery feeling enveloped me, and all I could do was nod at him. He moved a fraction of an inch, and his lips came in contact with mine. Our first kiss had been spontaneous, rushed by my own impatience to show Lucas I had a boyfriend. If that kiss was a waterfall, this kiss was dripping honey. Being in Parker's arms took away the chill that had seeped through me from sitting on the stone wall. His lips worked in a slow rhythm across mine, and a flame ignited under my skin. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. My world became the kiss, and I never wanted to leave. Parker's words drifted through my mind. Kiss me back. I hadn't quite known what he meant, but as he kissed me, I realized I wasn't obeying him. I was so stunned by the fire that flickered through me, I had been frozen, rooted to the spot where I stood. I slowly let go of his leather jacket I had fisted in my hands and slid my arms around him. I allowed my lips to follow his slow dance, and his arms tightened around me. My body pressed harder against his chest, and I could feel his heartbeat join in the cadence of the kiss. Kiss me back. The words once again sounded in my ears as our kiss grew in intensity. Parker moaned, a soft sound in his throat. Chills erupted over my skin. I thought he had been trying to make it look more realistic this time by telling me to kiss him back. But as the kiss heated, I couldn't help but wonder if he had meant something else. The bell rang and I sprang back from him, both embarrassed that I had allowed myself to get so wrapped up in the kiss, and shocked that perhaps Parker had wanted to kiss me. For real. He stared at me, and I could see something in his eyes that I had never seen before. My heart sped up at the thought of what it might be. It looked like desire. I grabbed my backpack, a sudden urgency to get away from him crashing through me. I gotta go, I said as I sprinted toward the door. Hannah, he called after me, but I didn't look back. I couldn't face him right now. I had no idea what I was going to do with my suspicions. If Parker wanted more than just friendship from me, what in the world would I say to that? I couldn't lose my best friend. I couldn't mess up what I had with Parker. He was the best thing that had ever happened to me. He'd been there for me when my mother left. He'd been the one person I had to cling to when my world shattered around me. Parker had helped me pick up the pieces. My mouth went dry as I pushed through the throng of students in the hallway toward my first class. I didn't want to think about the kiss, or Parker, or my own feelings that had started stirring with the soft stroking of his lips on mine. Hannah! Parker's hand wrapped around my arm, and I jerked to a stop, turning to him. His eyebrows knit together in concern. Are you okay? A zillion things flashed through my mind at once. No, I wasn't okay, but I couldn't tell him that. I wasn't ready to think about the possibility that things were changing between us. That perhaps he thought of me differently than I thought of him. That maybe Parker had feelings for me? Feelings that scared me. I pushed my shoulders back and forced a smile. I'm fine, I lied. I just realized I had to turn in an assignment before class or it's going to be late, that's all. I swallowed, making myself return his gaze. He clenched his jaw, and I worried for a second he would call me out on my lie. But he nodded and stuffed his hands in his pockets. Well, get going. I don't want you to get a bad grade. I took a step back, afraid to get too close to him. I couldn't trust myself any longer. I couldn't trust him either. Thanks, I mumbled as I turned and sprinted away from him. I blinked back tears as I shoved my way into my physics class. This was all messed up. Parker wasn't supposed to like me. Not that way. And I wasn't supposed to have a physical reaction to him like that. Parker and I were best friends. That's it. And that's how it had to stay. Chapter 9. Travis pounded on my bedroom door. "Hannah, let me in!" "I'm changing." That was my go-to lie if I wanted to be alone. I crossed my legs and stretched back on my bed. His pounding stopped. "You've been changing for a long time," he whined. I held in a snicker. He was only 5, but he wasn't stupid. Fine, I'd open the door. But I wanted a little more me time first. "I'll be done in a minute." "If you don't open the door, I'll tell Dad." I made a face but slid off my bed and unlocked the doorknob. "It's open." He came bursting into my room. "Hannah, you'll never guess what I got from Jimmy." I looked at what he held in his hand. "A Pokemon card?" His face fell and his shoulders slumped, and I regretted not letting him tell me. I sat down on my bed. "Show me. I'm sure it's really cool." His smile returned, and he held up the card and started telling me all about it. I had no interest whatsoever in Pokemon, but I nodded and pretended to care. He talked for so long about the card, I felt like a bobblehead doll, nodding and smiling at him. My phone chimed and I jumped up. "That's really cool, Travis. Now I have to get my phone, okay?" He grinned at me. "Okay, see ya." He tore out of my room, calling for our dad. I smiled. He was a nuisance sometimes, but I kind of liked the kid. I shut my door and plopped down on my bed, picking up my phone. A text from Parker showed on the screen. "Are you upset with me?" I chewed my bottom lip. I wasn't upset with him. I was upset with myself for being all weird. I had blown the morning's kiss all out of proportion. After thinking about it, constantly, I decided I had freaked out for no reason. Parker wasn't into me. He told me himself he had a crush on a girl. I had simply gotten too far into my own head and had a major crazy moment. That was all. But because I had gone a little berserk and acted like an insane person, I felt a bit weird around him. That was why I had rushed home after school without staying to study with him in the library, as was our usual after-school activity. I texted back, "No." His answer came immediately. "Can we talk?" A rush of flutters rose in me. Dang! I thought I had talked myself out of that. I was not going to let that kiss affect me. "Sure."
"I'm coming over."
"Okay, I'll be out back." I jumped up, determined not to be all strange when Parker got to my house. I grabbed my pen and my notebook, the one with all of my Lucas nabbing ideas written in it, and hugged it to my chest as I sprinted down the stairs. Parker would know where to find me. I walked out of the back door and down the grassy slope. It was a clear day, and the sun warmed my back. I sat on the driftwood and opened the notebook to a clean page. Maybe if I wrote out my feelings, I could get myself straightened up. Parker's question from the other night came to me, and I wrote down, "What do I like about Lucas?" I tapped my pen on the paper, mentally crossing off everything physical about him. It would be stupid to write down that he looked good in jeans, or that I loved the way his hair fell on his forehead. So shallow. I stared at the page, trying to think deeper. What was it about Lucas that I liked so much? I remembered the night Parker had asked me about it, and how our conversation had turned, how he told me why he was friends with me. His words had affected me. That meant a lot. I doodled on the top of the page, forgetting that I was supposed to be writing down why I liked Lucas as thoughts of Parker played on my mind. And then words started flowing from my pen. Not words about Lucas, but what was in my heart. Everything I was thinking about Parker. How I couldn't stand to lose him. How being his friend meant so much to me. I wrote about his sense of humor and the way he always knew what I needed. The words kept coming, and I filled the page. When I was done, I felt emotionally drained. I had tapped into my deepest feelings. I didn't realize a person was behind me until I heard someone exhale. I jumped and then swiveled to see Parker practically leaning over my shoulder. I quickly turned the page so he couldn't see what I had been writing. "Hey," I said, my voice sounding odd to my ears. Parker shoved his hands in his pockets and gave me a nod.
Hey.
"Come, sit down. I was just—" My words faltered. I couldn't tell him I was writing about him. How awkward would that be? "Brainstorming about Lucas." I held up my notebook, showing him all the hearts I'd drawn all over it. He gave me a smile, but I could tell his heart wasn't in it. It had no feeling behind it. He joined me on the driftwood, his gaze looking out over the ocean. He didn't speak, but the silence was tense instead of how it usually was between us. It made me nervous. "How was your test in chemistry?"
Fine.
He bounced his leg, still looking at the water. I waited for him to say more, but when he didn't, I grew frustrated with him. He was the one who had texted me, asking if he could come over. I was perfectly fine staying away from him and pretending that things were normal. I dug my toes into the cool sand. "Well, what did you want to talk about?" He finally looked at me, a pained expression on his face. He opened his mouth, but then shut it again, and ran a hand through his hair. He'd kept the style I had given him last Saturday night. I hadn't noticed. Impatience tested my muscles, and I elbowed him. "Is it about the girl you like?" I was ready to talk about anything other than him and me. He nodded.
Yeah.
"Well, who is she?" As soon as the words were out, I had a crazy notion pop into my head. What if Parker said it was me? I shoved that thought away. Nope, I wasn't going there again.
What did you come up with?
It took me a second to realize he hadn't answered my question. "Excuse me?" He pointed to my notebook.
What did you write down when you were brainstorming?
I clenched my notebook tighter and swallowed. "I don't know. Stupid stuff."
What kind of stupid stuff?
He looked at me, and I could tell he knew I was lying. I could see it in his eyes. Parker had a way of stripping away all of the walls I put up and seeing me for what I really was. And right now, I was a fraud. I decided deflection was better than continuing to lie. "What will you be wearing to the Cupid's dance?"
Are you asking me to the dance?
A hint of a smile played on his lips. "You'd better take me to the dance. You said you would, to make Lucas jealous, remember?" He blinked, then broke my gaze.
Yeah, I'll take you.
Are you going to wear a suit? He squinted at me, wrinkling his nose.
Do I have to? I was hoping a nice shirt would be enough.
It's a formal dance. You have to wear a suit or a tux.
Then suit it is, because you're not getting me into a tux.
He picked up a shell and turned it around in his hand.
You're not going to make me go dress shopping with you, are you?
I kicked the side of his leg. You're so mean. You know I need you to tell me if my butt looks too big.
They have mirrors.
You're going with me. This Saturday. Man, I sounded bossy. I hated that, so I looked at him and gave him a puppy dog smile. Please. He let out a snort and rolled his eyes.
You can do things by yourself, you know.
I know, but it's more fun with you. He chuckled and shook his head.
You're impossible.
That's why you like me. I gave him a cheesy grin. He smiled back at me.
Yeah, probably.
The tension from earlier eased a bit, and I dropped my notebook on the sand by my feet. Let's go wading. One of my favorite things in the world was walking along the beach with Parker, feeling the waves rush over my bare feet. Parker's smile faded.
I'd better not.
He motioned toward the street.
I've got to get back home.
Is it your mom? What does she need now? He shook his head.
It's not her.
Then what? Parker examined the shell in his hand.
If you succeed in getting Lucas, you know we won't be able to hang out much anymore.
His words alarmed me. Why not?
You'll be with Lucas.
What was Parker saying? That a person couldn't have a guy friend and a boyfriend at the same time? That's silly. I could still hang out with you. We're best friends. We won't stop being best friends even if we each find a significant other.
Right.
He turned toward me, his gaze penetrating.
But you'll probably want to spend most of your free time with him.
My brain slowly processed what he was saying. And if I were being honest with myself, Parker was right. If I had Lucas as my boyfriend, I'd want to spend after school with him. And weekends. When would Parker and I hang out? The thought made my throat constrict. Parker tossed the seashell, and my gaze followed it as it sailed in the air, then fell to the sand.
Just think about it,
he said as he stood.
I have to go.
It wasn't until after Parker had left that I realized I had no idea what he had come over to talk to me about. Chapter 10. I tripped over a mound of clothes by my bed as I tried to get to my phone. Why hadn't the laundry been done yet? I grabbed my cell. Parker's face smiled at me, his cute dimple showing. I slid my finger across the screen to answer. Hey!
Can you give me a ride to school?
That was odd. Parker liked to drive to school. He never asked for a ride. I glanced at the clock. I had time. Sure.
Okay, I'll be watching for you.
I'll leave in a minute.
Thanks, Hannah.
I hung up, wondering what was up. His voice sounded weird. Tired. It wasn't like him. Dad's voice called from downstairs.
Hannah, can I talk to you?
Oh no. He sounded mad. I rushed to grab my backpack. Coming! I sprinted down the stairs and into the kitchen. He was at the kitchen table with his laptop, his glasses on. He always did that when he was paying the bills. He glanced at me, his lips turned down into a frown.
What is this charge on my credit card? $300?
Crud. He didn't look happy. I bought something at the mall. I hedged, not wanting to pull Parker into it.
For $300? What in the world did you buy?
I twisted my fingers together. I didn't want to lie to him. A leather jacket? He took off his glasses and exhaled, pinching his nose.
Hannah, you know I want the best things for you, but you couldn't have picked a worse time to do this. I got demoted at work.
My heart rate picked up and my stomach dropped. You what? He looked at me, a sad expression on his face.
The company is suffering. It was either take a demotion or get laid off. I chose the demotion.
My vision swirled, and I plopped down on a kitchen stool. What does that mean?
It means we'll have to watch what we're spending, for one thing. And I had to fire Flora. I'll need you to help out more around the house.
My tongue felt like sandpaper in my mouth. We're not going to lose our house, are we? Dad shook his head.
No, honey, we'll be fine. We just need to budget more carefully, that's all.
He pointed to the screen.
No more leather jackets.
I exhaled in relief. We weren't going to have to move. I still hated that I had to do laundry now and I couldn't spend whatever I wanted. But the thought of keeping my home helped me calm down. I swear I won't use the card again.
Good. I knew you'd understand.
Except I had to buy a formal dress for the dance next week. But now probably wasn't the time to bring that up. I stood and kissed him on the cheek. I'm glad you didn't get laid off.
Me too, honey.
I grabbed 2 yogurts from the fridge, a strawberry for me and a mixed berry for Parker. I tossed them in my bag with 2 plastic spoons, then headed toward the garage, my heart still thumping loudly from the news my father had given me. When I pulled in front of Parker's house, he came out of the door and jaunted to my car. He got in the passenger side and motioned for me to go. As I passed by his grandma car, I sucked in a breath. His front fender was completely bashed in, the metal pressed against his tire. No wonder he couldn't drive himself to school. Did you get into an accident?
My mom did.
Is she okay?
He nodded. She's fine.
What happened?
Can we not talk about this?
His words hurt, but I didn't want to admit that. I sped my car up. Okay? Fine. Parker leaned back on the headrest and closed his eyes until I came to a stop in the school parking lot. I looked at him, really looked at him, and suddenly felt guilty for being mad at him. Dark circles shadowed under his eyes, and his hair was disheveled. He looked terrible. Are you okay? He opened the car door, and I had to rush to keep up with him as he walked toward the school. Parker! I pulled on his shoulder. Stop! He turned around, his shoes crunching on the gravel of the parking lot.
I'm fine.
No, you're not. Something's wrong. Tell me what's going on.
You wouldn't understand.
For the second time that morning, his words wounded me. I glared at him. What do you mean? Why won't you tell me? He looked like he wanted to say something, but held back. He shook his head.
It's nothing.
Parker James Evans, you tell me this instant! I realized my voice was rising when a few students turned to look at us. I spoke quieter. We have been best friends since 3rd grade. You think I won't understand? Then try me. He gripped his backpack strap, his knuckles white.
How could you understand? You live in a perfect world in your house on the beach. Your daddy gives you whatever you want. Your biggest problem is not getting the school's rich kid to notice you.
My throat closed as tears sprang to my eyes. How dare you! My dad was almost laid off this week. I choked out. You think I don't have problems? My dad got demoted and we had to let Flora go. It sounded weak to my own ears now that I said it out loud. Parker must have thought so too because he tossed a look at me.
I'm sorry you now have to do your own laundry.
He rolled his eyes and turned, heading toward the school. Tears squeezed out of my eyes as I watched him walk away. I haven't seen my mother in 4 years! I shouted at his back. He stopped, and his head lowered. He ran a hand through his hair as he turned toward me.
Hannah!
I was too angry to care about the apology in his eyes. You think you're the only one with problems? I said as I walked toward him. My mother would rather pretend I don't exist than spend any time with me. Do you think that feels good? That she's one state away playing mom to a new family, one that she cares more about? He took a step toward me, but I backed away. I didn't want him to touch me. I was too angry.
Hannah,
he said again, softly. Shut up! You don't owe me anything. You don't have to tell me what's going on with your life because I don't care anymore. I brushed past him, purposefully knocking into his arm as I stalked toward the school. He called after me, but I didn't stop. I was crying in earnest now, and I had no desire to talk to Parker anymore. He'd cut me deeply, and I wanted to hurt him back. I rushed inside and found the nearest bathroom. I locked myself in a stall and sat on the stool, holding my sides as I cried. Parker thought my life was perfect? Ha! What a joke. How could he have said those things about me? He knew the pain I had over my mother leaving. I cried for another 5 minutes, until I decided I had spent all the tears my mother deserved. She didn't care about me any longer. Why should I spend time crying over her, or for Parker, for that matter? He didn't deserve my tears either. What was going on with Parker? He was never cruel. I had no idea why he had said those things. He was always considerate and kind. He loved to make me laugh. I never heard him speak a mean thing in his life. Why would he be saying such mean things now? Something must have happened, but I had no idea what. He was acting weird, and that's all I knew. Well, if he wasn't going to talk to me about it, I sure as heck wasn't going to go begging him. He could just spend the weekend alone. I pulled out some toilet paper and blew my nose, then I flushed it down the toilet. I waited until no one else was in the bathroom before I walked out of my stall and washed my hands and face. After patting my skin dry with a paper towel, I looked halfway decent. I walked out of the bathroom, only to run smack into Parker. His arms wrapped around me, and he pulled me to his chest.
I'm sorry,
he said into my hair.
I'm so sorry.
His voice broke, and he tore all my walls down in that instant. Parker never cried, but he was as close to it as I'd ever seen him. I hugged him back, pressing my cheek against his chest.
Please forgive me,
he said, his voice still full of emotion.
I'm such a jerk.
The bell rang, but I didn't want to let him go. I forgive you, I whispered. He had been a jerk, but I was no longer mad at him. I closed my eyes and just reveled in the feeling of being in his arms. Won't you tell me what's going on? He pulled back from me. ending the embrace before I was ready for it to end. He looked pained.
I'll tell you. Tonight. Okay?
Okay, I said, nodding, grateful he was going to let me in on whatever it was that was bothering him.
I'll meet you after school.
All right. I watched as he walked away, my heart caught in my throat. Parker was in pain. I could see it now in the way his shoulders were tense, the way he looked like he was carrying something much heavier than his backpack. I hadn't seen it before. As I turned to walk toward my first class, I passed by Lucas in the hallway. Funny. I hadn't even noticed he'd been nearby. Chapter 11. The school bell sounded and I sprang up from my chair. Friday, the best day of the week. At least after school was done. I pushed into the hallway and joined the stream of students walking toward their lockers. Toward freedom. Parker slid up beside me as I shoved my last book into my locker.
Thanks again for the ride this morning.
It was no problem. I glanced at him. The circles under his eyes were more pronounced. Dang, Parker. Did you sleep at all last night? You look like the Walking Dead.
Not much. I was up dealing with stuff.
The stuff you're going to tell me later? He nodded.
Yeah.
I hooked my arm around his. Come on. I know just the thing you need. He humored me, climbing into my car and then out again after I parked at home. I opened the large shelving unit with doors at the back of the garage and rummaged through things until I found what I wanted. I pulled out a dusty box. Here it is. Parker looked at me like I'd lost a couple of marbles.
A hammock?
Yes. I begged my dad to buy me this several years ago so I could string it between these two trees in our backyard. But I bought it right before I had a huge test, and I couldn't set it up right away. Then we went on a trip and I shoved it in here. I kind of forgot about it until just now.
What you really mean is you were too lazy to string it up.
I huffed. He knew me too well. Although it wasn't laziness. I had looked at the instructions, and it looked complicated. It's perfect for today because it's a nice day out and you can help me string it up. Then you can take a nap in it while I finish up my homework.
Somehow I feel like I'm being roped into hanging this for you.
But then you can rest in it. Think of it. The light breeze rocking you while you dream of...
Fine,
he said, not trying to hide that he was laughing at me.
Come on. Let's see how hard it is to set up.
He held out his hand for the package, and I handed it to him. Parker unboxed the hammock while I sat in the grass and worked to find X and Y in my algebra homework. He had it strung up in 30 minutes. He got in and lifted his feet up, his hands behind his head.
You're right. This was a good idea.
I had to admit he looked comfortable. In fact, I was suddenly quite jealous of him. Maybe I should try it out, to make sure it's the right height for me. He gave me a smug smile.
Nope. Your rules, not mine. You get to finish your homework while I relax.
He closed his eyes. That made me even more jealous. Please, just for a second.
Nope.
I closed my book and set it on my paper so it wouldn't blow away. Come on, you're just being a brat now.
I'm taking a nap, like you said I could.
I knew he was teasing me. He was also underestimating how badly I wanted to try out the hammock. I crept toward him, unsure if his eyes were really closed or if he was watching me through his lashes. He didn't move. He was extremely ticklish, so I poked him in the side. He let out a yelp and grabbed my wrist. I struggled to continue to tickle him. "Get out of my hammock," I said, unable to stop the giggles as he squirmed and fought me.
"Make me!"
He yanked my arm and I lost my balance, falling into the hammock. My laughter rang out as I struggled to roll off Parker but not fall onto the grass.
"Oh, is that it? You're going to join me now?"
Not a bad idea. Yes, I am. I stopped trying to tickle him and maneuvered until I was snuggled beside him. He looked at me.
"This probably isn't a two-person contraption."
"Shut up! Are you calling me fat?" His eyes widened.
"What? No! Never."
"It's fine. The ropes are holding. I think we're well under the weight limit on the box." He nodded and relaxed back into the fabric and closed his eyes.
"All right, you can join me."
I laid my head on his chest and closed my eyes as well, the breeze carrying the smell of the ocean. Parker was warm, which was handy since it was an overcast day. I listened to the waves and the sound of his heartbeat as a seagull cawed in the distance. His fingers brushed against the side of my face. I couldn't tell if he was brushing my hair back or just tracing the side of my cheek, but it sent shivers through me. I was getting used to Parker's touch doing that to me. I didn't move because I didn't want him to stop. It felt nice, but it was making me drowsy. Minutes passed and I could feel myself slipping into unconsciousness. I was content as the sounds of the ocean and Parker's touch lulled me to sleep. Before I drifted off completely, I heard Parker whisper something. It sounded like,
"You have no idea, do you?"
But that didn't make much sense, so I figured I'd either heard him wrong or I was already asleep and dreamed up the whole thing. The next thing I became aware of was Parker shifting. I opened my eyes, the fog of sleep making me confused. "What's going on?"
"Text message."
He pulled his phone out of his pocket and looked at the screen. Then he groaned. "What is it? Is it your mom?"
"Yes."
"What does she need? Do you have to go?" He pressed the phone to his chest and looked up at the trees.
"No. She's drunk texting."
"Oh." I wasn't sure what else to say to that. His mother had always been a bit strange. Parker swallowed, and I could tell he was upset.
"I think she has a problem."
"Oh," I repeated. That wasn't good.
"She's been drinking a lot lately. That's why she got into the accident. She was drunk and hit a telephone pole."
I sucked in a breath. Oh no. I was starting to understand now what was going on with Parker. The reason he was so tired, the reason he'd been on edge lately.
"Her drinking is getting bad,"
he said, his voice low. My throat tightened. If his mother needed to go get some help, what would Parker do? Would the state take him away? He wouldn't be 18 for another 7 months. He could get sent into the foster care system. "How bad?" I whispered.
"Bad."
I didn't like the sound of that at all. I wrapped my arm around him and pressed my cheek against his chest. "I'm so sorry." He drew in a deep breath and let it out as he held me.
"It's going to be okay."
It was the oddest thing. Parker was consoling me even though he was the one with the problem. But what if it's not? My words were once again a whisper.
I'll be fine.
Will she need rehab?
I don't know.
I bit my lip, not knowing what else to say. There were no words left in me. I'd never had to deal with a problem like what Parker was going through. My mom left us, but my dad was always there. He was the reliable one. I knew no matter what, my dad would not flake out on us. My heart ached for Parker. I leaned up on my elbow as best I could in the confined space and looked into his eyes. He returned my gaze, his gray eyes stormy. I could see the pain he carried hidden in the depths. I reached up and traced the side of his face with my finger like he had done to me. He closed his eyes and his lips parted, a gasp escaping. A crazy thought sprang into my mind. Maybe my touch was doing the same thing to Parker that his touch was doing to me. I froze, my finger resting on his face. I didn't want to give Parker the wrong idea. I cared about him deeply. But my heart wanted Lucas. It was Lucas who made my knees go weak. Lucas, whom I had such a large crush on. I knew we'd be perfect together. Parker was safe. He was my rock. But he wasn't Lucas. The thought of dating Lucas was exciting. Being with Parker was more like slipping on an old pair of shoes. Comfortable, but predictable. And I just couldn't give up thrilling and unpredictable for an old pair of shoes. Parker's eyes fluttered open, and he looked at me.
Hannah?
Yeah?
Do you still want to go out with Lucas?
I swallowed, guilt washing over me. Had he read my mind? Or was I that transparent that he could read my expression so easily? I broke his gaze. Yeah.
All right, then.
All right, what? He laid his hand over mine.
Then I'll help you.
Chapter 12. I clenched the steering wheel as I drove Parker to his house. You sure you don't want me to come in? I glanced at him. He sat there, rigid, his leg bouncing.
No.
Maybe I can help. He gave me a flat look.
No, Hannah, I don't want you coming in.
I could count the times I'd been inside Parker's house on one hand. He hated that his house was so run down, and I think it embarrassed him that his mother was kind of a hoarder. Not like you'd see on TV or anything, where you can't walk in the door, but she always had piles of things lying around. As I neared his street, I could see his mother standing in the yard. She wore what looked like an old 50s house dress, a bottle of something in one hand. She was yelling at some kids across the street. Parker looked like he wanted to sink into the seat. I stopped the car and Parker hopped out.
Mom, let's go inside.
He tried to catch her arm, but she moved away from him. Them kids need to go, she yelled. The kids across the street just stared at her.
Mom?
Parker pointed toward the house.
Let's rest for a while.
I could see he wasn't going to get her inside the house, not while those children were outside. She continued to yell at the kids. I climbed out of the car and approached the children. I pointed to the house they were in front of. Is that your home? The older girl nodded. Can you take your little brother in and get him a drink of water? He looks thirsty. She nodded again, took the little boy's hand and tugged him inside. I turned around and crossed the street. Parker's mom was already calming down. I approached her. Hey, Mrs. Evans. I always called her that, even though she'd never been married. That's what Parker told me to call her. His mother pointed. Did you see those kids? Her words slurred a bit. Yes, but they left. Let's go inside now. I took her hand, and she allowed me to lead her back into her house. Parker shoved his hands in his pockets and followed us in, a frown on his face, but he didn't stop me. I led his mother to her easy chair. Have a seat, Mrs. Evans. Thank you, dear. She sat down and huffed. Those kids.
Forget about them, Mom,
Parker said, reclining her chair for her.
Lay back and rest.
I slid my hands in my back pockets as Parker helped his mother settle down. I couldn't help but notice all the empty booze bottles sitting on the bookshelves and end tables. Parker was right. She had a problem. After she was settled down and almost asleep, I followed Parker into his room and sat down on an office chair. Parker sat on his bed and exhaled.
I can't believe you came in my house when I told you not to.
I tried not to get mad at him. I knew he was under a tremendous amount of stress, but I couldn't quite keep the edge out of my voice. Seriously, Parker? You want me to leave? He glanced around his small bedroom.
No.
I could see you needed help.
Yeah, thanks for that. I wasn't sure how I was going to get her inside.
What usually happens when she's like that? He looked down at his hands.
She either settles down or someone calls the cops.
Oh, man. My stomach clenched. If that happened too often, he was going to get taken away from her for sure. Does your mom have any family at all? Do you have grandparents? Aunts and uncles? In all the time I'd known Parker, it had always been just him and his mom.
Yeah, I have an aunt, but she and Mom hate each other.
Well, it was a start. Have you called her to tell her what's been going on?
He scoffed. No, I hardly know her.
But maybe she could help. A snoring sound came from the other room. Parker leaned forward and put his elbows on his knees, his head in his hands.
Maybe.
Would you try to contact her? I leaned forward and placed my hand on his shoulder. For me? He reached up and took my hand, then laced his fingers through mine. I liked how it felt. I was getting used to his touch, making my skin tingle.
All right.
He lifted our hands in the air and made the office chair wheel close to him. He grinned at me.
You know, I'm not supposed to have any girls in my room.
Really? I suddenly felt flirtatious. Why not?
I think my mom doesn't want me making out in here.
I leaned in. She's asleep. She'd never know. A look flickered across his features and his gaze dipped to my lips. He tried to hide a smile, but was unsuccessful.
Probably.
My heart thudded as time seemed to slow. What was I doing? Was I really coaxing Parker to kiss me? The playful look on his face faded as we stared at each other, the tension mounting. His thumb grazed the skin on my hand, causing my heart to triple in speed. If I moved a fraction of an inch, our lips would touch. It was weird, but I kind of wanted him to kiss me. Not because I told him to, but because he wanted to. Strange, I know. It was kind of like some game I was playing with myself, trying to see how far I could push things. I held my breath, waiting to see if Parker would close the distance.
You're giving me mixed signals, Hannah,
he said softly. I snapped out of my weird mood and pulled back from him. What?
I don't know what you're doing.
Embarrassed, I withdrew my hand from his. I'm just joking around. I stood and walked to his bedroom door. Let's go do something. It's Friday night, and I think your mom's going to sleep it off now.
Yes, you're right.
He stood and joined me.
Where do you want to go?
Still feeling shame for how I'd flirted with him, I stepped away from him. I heard there was a party tonight. Maybe Lucas will be there. Parker's expression hardened.
Hannah, I don't really want to go to another party. Can we do something else?
A ball of guilt sank into my stomach. He'd been so accommodating, doing what I wanted just so I could catch Lucas's eye. I shouldn't force him into another social situation. The last one didn't go very well anyway. Okay, let's just go to the beach.
Sounds good.
We didn't say much to each other as I drove us to the public beach and parked my car. I pocketed my keys and we got out of the car. I slipped off my shoes and tossed them in the trunk. Parker did the same. I started toward the water. So, tomorrow, the mall, you and me.
He groaned. You're seriously going to make me dress shop with you? Don't you want to surprise me?
No, I want you to help me pick a good dress. I bit my lower lip. I hadn't yet told my father I would need a dress for the Cupid's dance. He would probably freak. Parker knew what I was thinking.
Is your dad going to like you spending money on a dress?
No. But I seriously didn't have anything in my closet. I couldn't just wear one that I had. The last time I'd bought a formal dress was in middle school.
I have an idea.
What is it?
We can try the thrift shop.
I made a face. You mean wear someone else's clothes? Gross. He folded his arms and glared at me.
You're being a snob again. There's nothing wrong with wearing clothes that aren't brand new. They've been washed, you know.
I know. But I still hated the idea of shopping the thrift store.
Your own clothes aren't new once you wear them once.
I rolled my eyes at him. But they only had my sweat on them.
What about that time you stole my sweater and wouldn't give it back? You wore it all last winter.
I loved that sweater. It was super soft. Yeah, I said, smiling at him. I did wear your sweater, but I know you. I know your sweat. He gave me a smug look.
I bought that sweater at the thrift store.
I froze. Seriously?
Yes, and you didn't care. You wore it anyway, repeatedly.
I thought maybe clothes from the thrift store would smell weird or something. I shrugged. Okay then, we'll go to the thrift store and look. But if they don't have anything, we'll go to the mall.
Deal.
Chapter 13. I grabbed 2 yogurts from the fridge, as was my usual routine, and slid on my sunglasses. It was sunny, plus I didn't want anyone seeing me going into the thrift store with Parker. Not that my sunglasses were a great disguise, but they did make me feel a little less conspicuous. I called to my dad as I left. See you later.
Bye, sweetie,
he called back. I pulled up to Parker's house, and he hopped in my car.
What's with the sunglasses?
Dang, he didn't miss a thing. It's bright out today? His face told me he wasn't buying it. He sucked in a breath and covered his mouth.
Oh no.
What?
I forgot my fake mustache. Do you think anyone will recognize me?
I shoved his shoulder. Shut up! He laughed.
Be open to new things, Hannah.
I am! I'm going there, aren't I?
Yeah?
I pulled into the parking lot. There were a few cars, but none that I recognized from school, so I relaxed a bit. I got out of the car and pulled my purse over my shoulder, ready to get this over with. If I couldn't find anything, I'd explain to my dad that I had to get a dress from the mall. I couldn't help it if they didn't have my size. Parker opened the door for me, and I walked in. The first thing I noticed was how large it was inside. Racks and racks of clothes lined the floors. This many people shopped at thrift stores? The second thing I noticed was the wall of scarves and hats. My weakness. Oh, hats! He followed me over to the display. There was a full-length mirror leaning against the wall beside the display. I pulled a black fedora off the wall and looked at it, checking for head lice or dandruff. It was perfectly clean. In fact, it still had a tag on it from the original store where it was purchased. I had no idea people donated brand new stuff to the thrift store. I put the fedora on my head and looked in the mirror. It was cute. I pulled a red scarf off the wall and wrapped it around my neck. With my sunglasses and the fedora, it looked really good. Parker laughed at me and took a picture with his phone. I quickly forgot all about the things being previously owned. I tried on all the cool-looking hats and found a blue scarf made of silk that I had to have. I looked at the price and gasped. Seriously? $2?
What? You like the thrift store now?
Like it? I love it. This is genuine silk. Do you know how much this would cost brand new?
More than $2?
Heck yeah. I can get this and a dress and still have money for lunch. He chuckled and followed me over to the rack that held dresses in my size. I flipped through the hangers, now excited to see if I could discover a great deal. I ignored the sweater dresses or the ones that looked like they were purchased from the discount store. When I saw a strappy red dress, my heart jumped. It was perfect. I took it down and held it in front of me. What do you think? Parker raised his eyebrows.
Nice.
Just nice?
No, more than nice. This will look great on you.
I glanced around, spying the fitting rooms. I'm going to go try it on. He nodded, and I left him standing by the dresses. After I locked myself in a fitting room, I took off my clothes and slipped the dress on over my head. It fit like it had been made for me, and it fell just below my knees, which was the perfect length for me. The fabric was soft, obviously an expensive dress to begin with. I peeked at the tag. $5. That was it? I had a 20 in my purse. Excited, I left the dressing room to find Parker. When he saw me approach, his gaze traveled down the dress, then back up to my face. I couldn't quite read his expression, so I posed. Well?
Buy it. Don't ever take it off.
I giggled and twirled around in it, loving the way it swirled out, then hit my legs. It really is the perfect dress, isn't it? He squinted at me.
Wait.
I froze. What?
What is that?
He pointed to a spot just under my shoulder. I stared down at it. The dress had a slight discoloration where the strap connected to the dress.
Is that a stain?
Parker frowned. Disappointment crashed into me. No, the dress was amazing. There was no way it could be stained. I hadn't seen it when I had looked at myself in the mirror. Are you sure?
Yeah, the fabric is darker right there. I'm pretty sure it's a stain.
I almost cried. I loved the dress so much, I didn't want to leave the store without it. In a desperate attempt to save it, I took a step back from him. Is it that noticeable? He squinted again.
Well,
What about stain remover? I was so in love with the dress now, I would do anything to save it. I could try to get the stain out.
Maybe that would work, but what if it didn't come out?
Then I fought to think of what I'd do. My gaze landed on a mannequin with a white cropped cardigan covering a tank top. I could wear a sweater to cover the stain. I pointed. That one would work. Parker glanced to the mannequin and nodded.
Yeah, good idea.
I pulled the cropped cardigan off the dummy and slipped it on over my shoulders. It fit, and it covered the stain perfectly. I almost squealed with delight. In the end, I got out of there for under $10, and I had a new dress for the dance and a scarf I loved. You are a genius, I said, poking him. He gave me a smug smile.
Can I have that in writing?
I'll write it on your forehead with a Sharpie. I opened my trunk and deposited the shopping bag inside. He made a face.
Not exactly what I was going for.
I smiled at him and closed my trunk. Thanks for making me go to the thrift store. Being poor isn't quite as bad as I thought it would be. I impulsively gave him a hug. His arms wrapped around my waist and pulled me to him. I was trying to give him a quick thank you, but he didn't let go, and I didn't want to shove him away. Instead, I placed my head on his shoulder. I closed my eyes and inhaled his scent. The fluttery feeling in my stomach came back. After a few seconds, I wondered if he was going to just hold me in the thrift store parking lot all day. I looked up at him, and his eyes held an expression I couldn't pin down. What?
Nothing.
He finally let me go and took a step back.
Nothing,
he said again. I wasn't sure exactly what Parker was thinking, but my pulse was doing crazy things. I was already confused about how I was feeling about him. Why did he have to be so cryptic? Chapter 14. I took a red heart cut from paper and held it up to the ladies in the craft room at the senior center. We are making Valentine's Day decorations today. When we're done, we can hang them up around the room. Agnes frowned at me.
I wanted to do bingo again.
Of course she did. At least she participated on Wednesday, which Barbara said she never did. I smiled at her as brightly as I could muster. We'll do bingo again next Wednesday. Today, we're making paper hearts. One of the ladies picked up my example. How did you get the lace on so precisely? I took the glue over to her and showed her how I had measured and put it on. The ladies started getting to work, picking up paper hearts I had already cut out and grabbing the glitter and supplies. Agnes folded her arms and glared at me.
When can I go back to my room?
I walked over and sat across the table from her. Instead of forcing her to make a heart decoration, I just smiled at her. Have you always lived in Sweetwater, Agnes? She shook her head.
No, I was born and raised in Rockford, Wisconsin.
What brought you to Sweetwater?
My husband wanted to retire here, which was fine until he left me.
My jaw dropped. He left you? She patted the table.
No, he didn't leave me in that way. He died, honey.
Oh. I wasn't sure what to say to that. Sorry.
Agnes slumped. He died, and now I'm stuck here, far away from family.
You have family back in Wisconsin? She nodded.
My son lives there with his wife and my granddaughter.
Tell me about them. Agnes's face brightened.
My son is an artist. He paints the most beautiful paintings.
She spent the hour talking about how he married a musician and how talented her granddaughter was. I listened to her talk. It was obvious she missed her son. Do they ever get to come visit you?
Yes, they visit me here, but I would rather move back there.
Have you ever told them that? Agnes ran her finger along the edge of the table.
I shouldn't have to.
I took her hand. Maybe they don't know how you feel. You should talk to them about the idea. Maybe they would like to have you closer. The old woman paused for a moment in thought.
Maybe.
It wouldn't hurt to at least try. Another woman came up to us needing help, so I left Agnes and helped her with the glue bottle. The next time I looked over at Agnes, she was putting glitter on a paper heart. I couldn't help but smile. Maybe I had done something to help that sour old woman after all. When the art project was done, I packed up my supplies. As I snapped the lid on my plastic container, I heard the click of the door closing, and my gaze connected with Lucas. He walked across the art room, his thumbs hooked into his pockets. He smiled at me.
Hey, just wanted to see what goes on in here.
My heart thudded in my chest. I picked up one of the hearts the ladies had made. We were making some Valentine's Day decorations today. He nodded his head.
Nice.
He stared down at his feet, not making a move to leave. I felt awkward and excited all at once. Was he there to talk to me? What did he want? I held my breath and ran my finger across the lacy heart as I waited for him to speak. He looked at me, his dark brown eyes smoldering.
I have a question for you, and I apologize up front because it might seem kind of weird.
What is it? My mouth went dry. He took a step closer to me, and the air went out of my lungs.
You know, Valentine's Day is next week.
Yes. I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. It was making it hard to concentrate on what Lucas was saying. I tried not to crumple the decoration I held. He ran a hand over his hair and exhaled.
I don't know what to get Charlotte.
I froze, and my hopes of having Lucas be interested in me broke apart. This wasn't about me at all. Oh? Lucas cringed.
I want to get her something nice, but I don't want it to be too expensive or she'll think I'm trying to buy her affections. But I don't want to disappoint her either.
He pointed at me.
You're a girl. What do girls want for Valentine's Day?
His face was so hopeful. I felt sorry for him. I was such a fool for ever thinking I could break them up and become Lucas's girlfriend. You really like her, don't you? Lucas swallowed and looked out the window.
She's amazing. I was drowning and she saved me.
When he looked back at me, I could see the emotion in his gaze.
I love her.
His words stabbed into my chest. He loved her, and I was stupid. I stuffed down the pain he'd caused with his words. He wanted me to help him. I couldn't just leave him hanging. I rubbed my hands together, trying to think of something to say to him. Girls don't care as much about the gift as you'd think. Just make it something thoughtful and she'll love it. He scowled.
Thoughtful? What do you mean? I've thought about it until my brain hurts. Can't you tell me what to get her? Flowers? Chocolate?
I tossed the red heart onto the table. Flowers and chocolate are nice, but isn't there something that is more unique to Charlotte? Something she would think was more special? The clock on the wall ticked as Lucas thought about it. Then his eyebrows raised.
Her mom died last year. I bet she would love a picture of her. Maybe I could get one framed up nice?
My heart stuttered and I tried not to get emotional. Just because I would hate a photo of my mother didn't mean Charlotte wouldn't love it. My mother betrayed me. Her mother hadn't. I twisted my fingers. That's a nice thought, but maybe a picture frame isn't that romantic. His face fell.
Yeah, you're right. That was a dumb idea.
No, it wasn't. You just need to make it more personal now. Brilliance struck me. How about a locket? You could put a picture of her mother inside.
That's a great idea. She would love that.
Put your photo in it too, because she likes you. He smiled.
Yeah, I'll do that.
He stepped forward, and before I knew it, he was hugging me.
Thanks, Hannah. I knew you'd be able to help me.
I waited for my body to react to his touch, to get all tingly or something, but it didn't. It felt like every other hug I'd had in my life, like I was hugging my brother. The thought shocked me, and I pulled back. You're welcome. He gave me a half wave as he left the room. I stared at the door as I tried to put my feelings in order. I was happy I'd helped Lucas, but a part of me was mourning the loss of something I had never had. The idea of me and Lucas. It wasn't meant to be, and I could see it now. Lucas was happy with Charlotte, and for some strange reason, the sparks between us had faded. Yes, I still got all weak-kneed when I looked at him, and maybe I always would. But he wasn't the guy I had imagined up in my brain. My perfect man. He was just a guy, like all the others. I walked to my car, my chest feeling hollow. I knew what I had to do. I had to let go of Lucas. Chapter 15. I plopped down on my usual seat in the library and glanced around for Parker. Monday. What a sucky day. I had started off the day by missing my alarm, so my whole morning was rushed. My hair wouldn't cooperate and we were out of yogurt. My bad mood hadn't lightened as the day had progressed, and now I was downright depressed and ready for the day to end. As I waited, I pulled all my books out. My Lucas notebook slid out of my bag and I opened it. What stupid nonsense. I closed it again and shoved it in my pile. How stupid I had been. Parker slipped into the library, the leather jacket I bought him slung over one shoulder. He'd styled his hair again, and my pulse increased as he walked toward our table. He moved like a cat. No, more like a panther. I had never noticed before. Dang, he looked good. He sat on the seat opposite me and tossed his backpack on the table.
Hey,
he said, his voice low since we were in the library.
How are you?
Better, now that you're here. I was surprised at how true those words were. My dark mood lifted. He gave me a small smile before he pulled out his books and opened one of them. He buried himself in his studies. I twisted my pencil as I watched him. I didn't want to study anymore. I wanted to talk to Parker. Ever since my revelation yesterday, I had been thinking about things. About Lucas and about Parker. Surprisingly, I wasn't terribly heartbroken over having to let go of Lucas. In fact, after Parker had talked to me about how we'd spend less time together if I was with Lucas, I had been worrying over it. I didn't want to lose what I had with Parker. And now, I didn't have to. I kicked Parker under the table. He looked up at me.
What?
I want to talk to you about Lucas. Want to get out of here? A look crossed his face, and he paused before shaking his head.
I can't. I have to get this done.
I stared down at his biology book. Aren't you taking biology from Mr. Beecher? He nodded.
Yeah?
He didn't give us homework. I flipped his page. You're not even in the right place. We're on chapter 16.
He yanked his book away from me. I have a makeup test I have to take.
Sorry, don't get so grumpy on me. The librarian scowled at us and put her finger up to her lips. Shh. I ducked my head, humiliated I'd gotten called out in front of everyone. I pulled out my math homework and started to figure out the problems. My bad mood was back. What was up with Parker? He was always up for ditching our daily study session if he didn't have anything pressing to get done. Why was he being that way? I bounced my leg as I finished up my math problems. I just wanted to get out of there. Get away from Parker, who had hurt my feelings. When the librarian flickered the lights to let everyone know the library was closing, I shoved my books in my bag and stood. Parker gathered up his things as well and followed me out to my car. His was still not drivable. I got in and stuck in my key. Parker slid his seatbelt over his lap and clicked it into place.
Thanks for the ride home,
he said, not looking at me. I clenched the steering wheel and gave him the once-over. Okay, what's wrong? He sighed.
Nothing's wrong.
Don't lie to me. Something is going on. He forced a smile, but his eyes held a frown.
I'm just in a bad mood, that's all. It wasn't the best day.
Relief came over me. Me too. I had a terrible day.
So you understand.
Yeah. I reached over and touched his hand. The contact ignited something inside of me. I brought my hand back. He leaned back on his headrest.
Let's call it a night. Maybe tomorrow will be better.
I agreed and dropped him off at his house. I drove home, ready to be done with the day. Ready to be done with Lucas and my stupid obsession. I got out of my car and slung my backpack over my shoulder. I knew just the thing that would make it all better. I tromped to my backyard and over to the fire pit. I opened my backpack and rummaged through. This was it. I was officially over Lucas, and I would burn my notebook to prove it. Hannah! My brother appeared around the side of the house, running toward me. You're home! My first instinct was to say something sarcastic, but I held back. I hadn't been very nice to him lately. So I just smiled. Yeah? Want to play a game with me? No, I didn't, but I knew he'd pester me if I said no. Okay, in just a minute. Can we play Tumblin' Monkeys? Yes. I shoved the books around in my backpack, not paying much attention to Travis anymore. My notebook wasn't in there. I checked a third time while Travis whooped and ran back inside. I seriously couldn't find it. My heart stopped. I had left it at the library. Oh no, this wasn't good at all. That notebook had Lucas's name all over it. It was covered in hearts. I had written some pretty embarrassing things in there. What if someone found it? I ran inside the house. Dad, I have to run back to school for something. He came around the corner, a kitchen towel in his hands.
You forgot some homework?
Just a notebook I need. I clutched my backpack, my heart racing, and I prayed I wouldn't be too late. No! You said you'd play with me, Travis said, pouting. I will. I'll be right back, okay? Travis wasn't happy, but he nodded. Okay. I ran to the garage and pulled my car out. As I raced to the school, I prayed that somehow the library would be unlocked and my notebook would be sitting at the table, undisturbed. I parked in the gravel lot, thankful to see some band students milling about. I ran to the doors and yanked, but they were locked. One of the girls turned to me. Everything's already locked down. I have to get inside. She shrugged. We just got out of band practice. Wait to see if anyone else comes out. You can get in then. I nodded and placed my hands up to the glass to see if I could see anyone inside. Luckily, I only had to wait a minute before another couple of students headed toward the doors. As soon as they pressed the bar and opened the door, I grabbed a hold of it and held it open for them. They nodded at me, and I slipped inside the darkened school. I ran toward the library, my footsteps echoing in the empty hallway. I got to the door and pulled. Disappointment crashed into me as the door didn't budge. It was locked. Of course! I pressed my nose against the glass and tried to see the table we were sitting at. Empty. My heart raced. The table was clean. Did that mean I hadn't left my notebook after all? Or that someone had already picked it up? Maybe I had just thought it was in my backpack, but really I had left it at home? My spirits lifted. I had stuck it in my room at one point, hidden so Travis couldn't find it and ask what it was. Maybe it was still there. I started down the hallway, my spirits finally lifted. I probably was just mistaken that I had it with me. That had to be it. At least, that was what I was going to tell myself, so I didn't freak out over losing it. Chapter 16. Something was off between me and Parker, and I had been trying all week to get him to spill it, but he wasn't talking. And now the week was over. It put me in a sour mood, plus I still couldn't find my notebook, and it bugged me. Tripping over a mound of clothes on my floor, I caught myself before I face-planted. I seriously needed to do laundry. With a huff, I grabbed the laundry basket from the corner and stuffed dirty clothes in it. By the time I was done, it was almost too heavy for me to lift. Yeah, I was insanely lazy. I carried the basket down the stairs, trying not to fall or drop the heavy load. Travis was in the kitchen, talking to my dad, as I slipped down to the laundry room. I shoved all my dark clothes in with a scoop of detergent and pressed the button to start the cycle. I ran up the stairs and grabbed my backpack. "Bye, Dad," I called as I rushed to the garage. The clock wasn't my friend today, and I didn't want to be late for school. I pushed the garage door opener and waited for the door to lift. This week had been so crappy, I just wanted it over. At least my wish would come true. Finally, it was Friday. I pulled up in front of Parker's house and did a double take. His ruined grandma car was gone, and a red sports car sat in the driveway instead. I stared at it. Whose car was that? It had out-of-state license plates. Surely Parker hadn't purchased it. Parker came out of his house and joined me in the car. I turned to him. "What's with the nice car?"
"It's my aunt's."
He met my gaze.
"She's going to be staying with us for a while."
I knew what Parker wasn't saying, and emotion swelled in me. She was there to get his mother some help. I blinked back tears. That's the best news. He reached out and touched my arm. Warmth spread over my skin. I looked down at his hand on my arm. He hadn't touched me in days. I'd missed it. Before I could say anything, he let go and pulled his hand back, his expression guarded.
"Anyway, just thought I'd say thank you."
"Of course." I drove to school, silence filling the car. Parker slipped back into the role he'd taken with me all week, the one where he was distant with me. It was like he was building an invisible wall between us. I hated it. After I parked the car, I turned to him. Listen, I said, tapping the steering wheel. I know something is going on with you, and I know you don't want to talk about it. But this... I motioned the space between us. It's killing me. He flinched as if my words caused him pain.
Hannah.
Please, just tell me. His gaze grew intense.
Do you trust me?
Without hesitation, I answered, Yes.
Then just wait. Everything will work out.
I needed to know Parker was going to talk to me, to make it all better. You'll tell me what's going on with you?
You'll find out at the dance.
Tomorrow? He nodded, a small smile crossing his lips.
Tomorrow.
Relief came over me and I grinned. I could wait until tomorrow. Then Parker could talk things out with me and everything would go back to how it was. Okay. He exited the car but didn't wait for me. I rushed to catch up to him so we could walk into the school together. Since things were weird between us, I wasn't sure where things stood. Are we doing anything tonight? I asked, breathless from trying to keep up with him. He looked at me with that same sad expression he'd carried all week.
I can't.
Why not?
He worked his jaw. I have something to do.
All right then, since your car is busted, am I picking you up for the dance?
No, I'll pick you up.
He took a step back from me.
Be ready by 7.
A weight settled in my stomach. We're not going to the dinner theater beforehand? He stopped walking and turned to me.
I can't,
he whispered. His gaze held pain, and I longed to take it from him. I vowed I would, as soon as he let me in. I almost reached up to touch his face and plead with him again, but held back. I needed to be there for him, even if he wasn't sharing with me whatever was upsetting him. I swallowed my own selfish disappointment and nodded. All right, pick me up at 7. Parker turned from me and walked into the building. I stared after him, my own emotions swirling inside of me. He said he would talk to me at the dance. Then we would be fine. I held on to that hope as the day progressed, my body feeling lifeless. I needed Parker like I needed air. And right now, I was struggling to breathe. Chapter 17. I twirled in front of my bedroom mirror, the skirt of the red dress swirling out. I loved the dress even more, if that were possible. I had worked on the stain for over an hour last night, but it was not going anywhere. But luckily, my plan B was working perfectly. The cropped cardigan covered it and looked amazing with the dress. I had spent extra time on my hair, pulling it up into an updo, and even put on a little makeup for the evening. There were no swimming pools in the gym. I was safe from that disaster. As I worked on the few tendrils of hair I had allowed to fall with my curling iron, Travis came running into my room. He looked up at me. What are you doing? Getting ready for the dance. Are you going with Parker? Yep. Do you love him? Travis stretched out the word love so it sounded like 2 words. Then he giggled incessantly, jumping back when I tried to swipe my hand over his hair. No, I scoffed. It's Parker. Travis stopped giggling. Do you like him then? Of course I like him. We're best friends. Do you want to kiss him? Travis's innocent eyes stared up at me, and I balked. The memory of us standing in front of the school flashed into my head, and Parker's words came rushing back. I'll kiss you, but I want you to do something for me in return." My throat closed at the memory of Parker standing so close, his lips almost touching mine, and his next words sent a chill through me. "Kiss me back." I staggered from my mirror, the curling iron now smelling too warm on my hair. I quickly released my curl and unplugged it from the wall.
"Do you,"
Travis asked, his eyebrows knit together,
"want to kiss him?"
"No." I said it, but I wasn't sure I meant it. Travis must have picked up on that because he made kissing noises with his lips as he left my room.
"Parker and Hannah sitting in a tree. KISSING.
"Shut up!" I yelled after him, but it was useless. He was long gone. The doorbell chimed and my heart leapt. Parker was here to pick me up. I took one last look in the mirror before slipping on my shoes and hurrying to the door. But my father beat me to it. As I came down the stairs, Parker and my father both stood in the entryway looking up at me.
"Wow, honey, you look great,"
my father said. Parker held an expression I couldn't read. He wore a black suit with a red tie, and he looked like he could go get a leading role in Hollywood. His hair flopped down over his forehead in a way that I loved, and his lips curved into a small smile. I gripped the banister and continued down carefully so I didn't trip and fall. As I approached, he held out a wrist corsage. It was a simple white rose with a red ribbon that matched my dress. My breath hitched as he slid it on, his fingers grazing my skin. The sensations came immediately. The weak knees and hammering of my heart, and tingles that felt like fire skittering across my skin. Our gaze connected, and I couldn't deny it any longer. I had a major crush on my best friend. He held out his arm, and I looped mine through his. My father stood back, his phone raised.
"Smile for the camera."
"Dad," I whined, but secretly I wanted a picture of us. I wanted to remember this night, to remember how Parker was making me feel at that moment. My dad snapped a few shots, then waved us out the door.
"Okay, you kids, go have fun."
Before we got outside, my dad pulled Parker aside and whispered something into his ear. Parker's face flushed, but he nodded, and my father let him go. After we got outside, I nudged him. "What did he say?"
"He threatened me with bodily harm if I did anything to hurt you."
I gaped at him.
"He did not."
Parker grinned at me. "All right, the bodily harm was implied."
I swatted his arm.
"You tease."
He reached down to open the door for me, and that's when I realized he had brought his aunt's car. I climbed into the seat and whistled. "This is fancy."
"It's a Ferrari."
I didn't know much about cars, but that one I knew, and it wasn't cheap. "Dang, your aunt must have money." He slid into the driver's seat and started the engine.
"Yeah, I had no idea."
The tension from earlier in the week seemed to be lighter, and I relaxed into my seat. We chatted about surface things while he drove to our school. By the time he parked, it was almost like old times again. He helped me out of the car, and I hooked my hand on his arm again. I looked up at the stars as we walked. "It's such a clear evening."
"Yes."
"It was nice of your aunt to let you drive her car." He ducked his head.
"She wanted me to be able to have a proper date."
He chuckled, but it sounded forced.
"I didn't try to set her straight."
Something about the way he said it made me sad. He was right, though. This wasn't a proper date. This was a sham. one I had set up to get Lucas. But now all that had changed, and I no longer wanted him. I wanted Parker. All kinds of emotions swelled in me. Embarrassment for how I had acted around Lucas, excitement for tonight, nervousness because I wanted to tell Parker that I liked him in that way, but I wasn't sure how. Anxiousness because he could shatter me if he told me he didn't return my feelings. He opened the door to the gym for me and I stepped in. Twinkle lights and red tulle hung from the ceiling. A slow song started and couples crowded the gym, holding each other and swaying to the music. Parker leaned in close.
I'll be right back.
He slipped away before I had a chance to ask him where he was going. It struck me as odd, but I didn't dwell on it. Maybe he had to pee. I walked along the wall, trying not to look too dumb being alone at the dance. As I walked, my peripheral vision picked up movement toward me. Tasha and her flock were headed my direction. At first, I thought maybe they were going around me, so I stepped aside, but they stopped in front of me. Tasha sneered and pointed at my dress.
Look at this! I can't believe this!
What? I looked down, trying to figure out what had her panties all in a wad. I couldn't see anything. Why was Tasha making a big deal out of my dress? She grabbed my sweater and pulled it open, revealing the stain. This totally is my dress. You can see where I spilled coffee on it. The other girls laughed and people started crowding around to see what was going on. My entire body heated in embarrassment, and I wanted to melt into a puddle. This dress had been Tasha's? How did I not know this? Probably because I never went to the dances. I was a social hermit, and this was exactly the reason why. Every single thing I had done over the past 2 weeks just embarrassed me more. I never should have tried to leave the house, tried to be part of the crowd. I was the invisible one, and I should have stayed that way.
I guess we know where you shop. The sloppy second store.
Tasha doubled over with laughter. I yanked my sweater out of her hand and wrapped it tightly around myself. I wanted to sink into the floor, sink into invisibility again. The crowd parted and Parker shoved his way through. His eyes narrowed and he reminded me of a bull who was about to charge.
What's going on here?
Tasha grinned.
Nothing. We were just admiring your date's dress. My dress. I guess that's the risk you run, shopping at the sloppy second store.
Parker's hands clenched, his knuckles white.
You already said that one. What's the matter, Tasha? Can't come up with more than one joke?
She turned to him, her smile now gone.
At least I don't shop at thrift stores.
No, you overpay for the exact same thing.
Parker folded his arms, and several people in the crowd snickered. Tasha's face flamed.
I don't wear other people's clothes.
Parker paused, looking her over. Then he pointed to her.
Isn't that the skirt Kelly wore to school last week?
I wanted to scream with joy. Tasha looked horrified that anyone would have noticed. The crowd laughed, and Parker took my hand, pulling me away from everyone.
Bye, Tasha,
he called. When we were out of earshot, he chuckled.
What do you want to bet she never wears that skirt again?
I laughed. Then I threw my arms around his neck. You're the best! Before I could think, I kissed him. He stiffened for a split second, then kissed me back, but it was reserved, distant, very different from the kiss we'd had a few days ago when he'd asked me to kiss him back.
and I was disappointed. I pulled away as one of my favorite songs came on. "Let's dance." He hesitated, and I suddenly grew nervous he would say no, but he took my hand and slowly led me out to the dance floor. His hand slid behind me to the small of my back and pulled me close. I took his other hand in mine, his touch once again sending all kinds of electricity through me. We started moving to the slow dance song playing over the loudspeakers. I leaned in close to him, the smell of his cologne making me want to inhale deeply. I closed my eyes, unable to think as my senses overwhelmed me. All I wanted was to stay in his arms forever. Parker was amazing. Why had I not seen it before now? Of course, I knew he was awesome because we'd been friends. But why had I not seen the potential for so much more? Why had I been obsessed with some fantasy when reality was standing right before my eyes? I snuggled into his chest. He leaned down and kissed the top of my head. Hope soared in me. If Parker could treat me so tenderly, it was possible he was starting to feel the same way toward me. Maybe my crush on him wouldn't ruin everything. Maybe he and I could be real. The song ended too quickly, and he pulled back from me.
"Thanks for the dance."
Something about the way he said it was off, like he had to choke out the words. I looked up at him, confused. "We'll have plenty more." His gaze shifted.
"Come with me. It's time."
"Time for what?" He gave me a sad smile.
"You'll see."
And then I remembered what he'd said yesterday. He was going to tell me why he'd been so aloof this week, why things were weird between us. I nodded, trusting him completely. "Okay." He pulled me out of the gym and down a hallway. I followed along, figuring he wanted to find a private place to talk. I was fine with that. In fact, it was a little bit exciting. Maybe if we were in private, I could get him to kiss me again. He opened a classroom door and led me inside.
"Wait here."
I grabbed his arm when I realized he was going to leave me. Wait for what?
"Trust me."
His gray eyes held something I couldn't decipher, and I nodded. "All right." He left, and I looked around the classroom. Tables and chairs filled the room. I wandered over to the teacher's desk and sat down on the edge of it, crossing my feet. Was Parker going to get something? Would that explain everything? I waited for what seemed like 10 minutes, but probably was only 5 before the door opened again and someone walked in. I smiled, expecting Parker, but it wasn't him. It was Lucas, and he was holding my notebook. Heat rushed to my face. Oh no, this was bad. I stared at the hearts I had drawn all over my stupid Lucas fangirl crap book, and I wanted to run. Lucas looked around the dimly lit classroom until his gaze connected with mine.
"Hannah?"
My mouth dried up and I couldn't talk. All I could do was stare at that ridiculous notebook and die 1,000 embarrassing deaths. Lucas took a step toward me and held up the book.
"Is this yours?"
"Where did you get that?" I hadn't meant to speak at all, but somehow the words were out and I clenched my hands together, itching to grab it from him.
"Parker gave it to me and shoved me in here. What's going on?"
Parker had done that? I swallowed and held out my hand. If he hadn't opened the notebook, maybe there was still time. Time to get it from him and save myself from complete and total humiliation. Can I have it? He cocked his head to the side.
What is it?
Before I could stop him, he opened it up to look inside. I lunged at him and swiped it out of his hands in a totally unladylike fashion. At least I didn't fall on him or anything. It's nothing, just stupid stuff, really.
Why did Parker...
I don't know, I said, interrupting him. But the fact was, I knew exactly why Parker had done this. He was trying to give me what he thought I wanted. Lucas. It's what I had told him I wanted, repeatedly, for the past 2 weeks. And what he had seen that I wanted all school year, I was sure. I swallowed and shoved the notebook behind my back. He's acting a bit weird.
Yeah, I guess.
Lucas shrugged.
Well, I better get back to Charlotte. She loved the locket, by the way. You don't know what that meant to her.
I smiled. Good. I'm glad. Lucas turned and left the room. Chapter 18. I gripped my notebook and stalked down the hallway. I was so going to kill Parker as soon as I saw him. I marched to my locker, shoved my notebook inside, and locked it. Then I headed back into the gym, expecting to see Parker standing along the back wall. When he wasn't there, my gaze scanned the dance floor. He had to be somewhere, right? Did he think his little stunt was going to make me happy? Did he think I was going to thank him for totally embarrassing me? In the back of my brain, I knew he was just trying to give me what I wanted, but I was too angry to let that part have any space in my emotions. I wanted to throttle him. A movement caught my eye, and I saw Parker leave the dance floor. I rushed to catch up to him in the hallway, but when I pushed through the doors, I saw Parker heading outside. "Hey!" I called, but he was already outside by the time the words left my lips. I chased him, running as fast as I dared in my dress. The last thing I wanted to do was trip and do a faceplant. I pushed on the bar and the door clanged as I raced outside. "Parker!" He turned around at the sound of my voice, clearly shocked to see me.
Hannah?
I rushed at him as anger surged in me. "What was that? You stole my notebook and gave it to Lucas?" He took a step back from me.
What are you doing out here? Why aren't you talking to Lucas?
I couldn't believe him. "You did that so I would talk to Lucas? Are you insane?" He ran a hand through his hair, clearly upset with me.
All you talk about is getting together with Lucas. I gave you the perfect opportunity to tell him how you feel. And you didn't take it?
I shoved his shoulder, too angry to hold back. "You're a jerk, Parker."
I'm the jerk for trying to give you what you wanted?
That wasn't at all what I wanted. My throat hurt and I knew I was going to break out in tears any second. But part of me realized Parker didn't know I had changed my mind. He didn't know I was going to confess my feelings for him tonight. But the rational side of me didn't win, and I shoved him again, tears stinging my eyes. "I can't believe you did that." Parker threw his hands up in the air.
Fine. I'm a jerk for wanting you to be happy.
"No, you're a jerk for stealing my private property and giving it to a practical stranger." Parker pointed at me.
Ha! You admit it then. You don't even know Lucas.
"You're right!" I screamed at him. "Okay, you're right. About all of it. It was stupid of me to even try to get him to like me." Embarrassment coursed through me. I hated to admit my crush on Lucas was not founded on anything but his looks, and I hated to say it out loud to Parker. He stared at me for a brief moment before letting out a breath.
I'm glad you see that now.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you got the satisfaction of knowing you were right. I almost turned to leave him there in the parking lot, but then I realized where we were standing. I glared at Parker. Were you going to leave? He swallowed and shifted his gaze.
Yeah, I need to go.
My throat swelled. And you were just going to leave me here?
I figured Lucas could give you a ride home.
Hurt and fury swept through me. I can't believe you, I whispered. I turned from him, too upset to stay there another moment. I would walk home before I would spend another second with him. As I started toward the sidewalk, he called out to me.
Hannah, wait.
I didn't want to wait. I wanted to go home and never talk to Parker again. I was so angry I couldn't think. Leave me alone, I called over my shoulder. I stomped to the end of the block, then turned the corner toward my street. It would take me 30 minutes to walk home. Each step made me more furious with Parker. A car pulled up beside me. A red Ferrari. Parker rolled down the window.
Get in.
I folded my arms and kept walking. I didn't want to get in. I didn't want to see Parker ever again. No.
Hannah, I'm sorry. Will you please get in the car?
There was something about the way he said it that made me feel bad for refusing him. Was I overreacting? I thought about it for a split second before I climbed into the passenger seat. Parker sped up. Neither one of us spoke as he drove me home. I was too mad at him. And he was probably mad that I was mad. He pulled up in front of my house and stopped the car.
Look,
he said as he rubbed the back of his neck.
I'm sorry tonight didn't work out as I had hoped.
You wanted me and Lucas to get together. It wasn't a question. I was making a statement. I wanted him to tell me that was his plan.
Yeah.
I admit, a part of me liked that Parker wanted to give me my heart's desire. But the bigger part of me was still mad at him for embarrassing me and for stealing my private notebook. And another part of me was upset that Parker couldn't see I had changed my mind. I no longer wanted Lucas. I wanted Parker. And I was mad he couldn't see it, and even more mad at myself for being irrational. Well, it was a dumb plan, I said, turning away from him.
I see that now.
I don't know that I can forgive you. It was a childish thing to say, and I felt guilty even as I said it. But I waited to see what he would respond with. He sighed and closed his eyes.
That's okay.
My head snapped up and I glared at him. What?
You can hate me. That's fine. I need to step away from this friendship. It's toxic.
Hurt sliced through me and tears welled in my eyes. Had he just called me toxic? So, that's it? We're not friends anymore? He sat back in his chair.
Yeah. I think that's best.
An empty feeling swept over me, and I couldn't speak.
Goodbye, Hannah,
Parker said. I was too stunned to do anything else but get out of his car and slam the door. Parker had called our friendship toxic. I couldn't even process that. I rushed inside. My father took one look at me and jumped up from his seat on the couch.
What happened?
Nothing, I choked out. Parker and I had a fight. I rushed past him and up to my room where I slammed the door. I started crying in earnest then, tears streaming down my face. My father knocked on my door, but I told him I wanted to be alone. After a few tries, he let me be. I stripped off my clothes and dressed in my pajamas and crawled into bed. I cried myself to sleep. Chapter 19. I startled awake, my heart pounding. I'd heard a noise. Was that a text message? I lifted my phone to check. No messages. Dang. I slumped back onto my pillow. The noise sounded again. A tree branch was scraping my window. I cringed and rolled over. Parker and I hadn't talked to each other for 2 weeks. He'd avoided me at school. Neither one of us had texted. It was now Saturday, another weekend, and I wanted to die. I missed Parker so much my insides ached. I had no one to talk to, no one to share yogurt with, and no one to confess my feelings to. I was deeply and depressingly alone. And the worst thing was, it was all my fault. At first, I'd been so hurt and angry at him, I hadn't cared that we weren't talking. I wanted him to suffer. But as time moved on, the anger faded and the missing him set in. And with time came a new perspective. I saw it all now. I had driven Parker crazy with my Lucas obsessiveness. And when Parker did what he thought would give me Lucas, I yelled at him and called him a jerk. I was horrible to him. I took in a deep breath and let it out in a whoosh. I wanted my best friend back, but he thought of me as toxic. The word caused another wave of pain to stab through me. I'd pondered that word a lot over the last 2 weeks. He was right. My obsession with Lucas had been toxic for our friendship. Toxic for me. It blinded me. And somewhere in there, I had fallen for my best friend. I was irrevocably in love with Parker, and he hated me. I moaned and pulled a pillow over my head. Why had I not seen it before? Why had I allowed my obsession with Lucas to cloud my vision? Parker was perfect for me, and I'd messed things up so much there was no going back. My heart had a hole in it. A knock came on my door, and I could tell it was Travis. "What do you want?" "Open the door!" I thought about telling him no, but I didn't feel like hurting the kids' feelings again, so I climbed out of bed and unlocked my door. "Come on in," I said, as he ran inside and jumped on my bed. He held the Tumblin' Monkeys game. "Play with me!" I sighed and plopped back on my bed. "All right, set it up over there." I pointed to my desk. "I'll get dressed and then I'll play with you." I grabbed some clothes and locked myself in my bathroom. 10 minutes later, I was pulling out sticks and giggling with Travis when the monkeys fell. I let the kid win twice before I insisted on getting some real work done. "I have to put in a load of dishes." I ruffled his hair. "But I'll play another game with you later, okay?" He nodded. "Okay." I'd kept up my end of the bargain, doing more around the house. And to be honest, it felt good. I knew I was helping my dad, and I knew he appreciated it. I finished the dishes and started in on the laundry. As I shoved clothes into the washing machine, I heard my phone chime, and my heart jumped. It was Parker's text sound. I scrambled to get my phone out of my pocket, my pulse racing.
"I'm sorry to bother you, but I missed a couple of classes yesterday. Can I have your notes from biology?"
It wasn't, "I miss you, I want to see you," but I didn't care. It was something. The silence was broken. Parker was talking to me. My fingers trembled as I responded. "Sure. Do you want me to bring them to you?" I waited, holding my breath. I wanted him to say yes more than anything. I allowed my imagination to ponder what I might say to him if we were standing face to face.
"Can you email them to me?"
My hopes sank. He didn't want to see me. That stung, and I blinked back my emotions. "All right."
I waited to see if he would say anything else, but nothing came through. He'd left the conversation. He didn't want to talk. Didn't want to see me. I tried not to cry, but the tears came anyway. I had so royally messed up our friendship that I was never going to have Parker back in my life. I cried as I scooped the dry soap into the dispenser. Travis came into the laundry room. "Why are you crying?" I wiped at my face, resisting the urge to tell him it wasn't any of his business. "I'm sad." "Why?" "I miss Parker." Travis's large eyes stared up at me. "Where is he?" "Probably at his house." Travis patted my hand. "Then you should go to his house." He ran out of the room and left me standing there, thinking about the simplicity of a 5-year-old. Nothing was complicated to him. Just go over there. Right. I shook my head as I left the room. But Travis's words kept bugging me as I walked to my bedroom. What would happen if I did go to his house? Would we have another fight? What if I apologized? What if I told Parker how I really felt about him? Nerves snaked around my insides as the thought took deeper root. I could just go over to his house, couldn't I? I could take my biology notes. I could tell him my scanner was broken. The more I thought about it, the more I knew it was what I needed to do. I had to talk to Parker face to face, and Travis made me see how simple it really could be. I grabbed my biology notebook and found my dad working on his laptop in the kitchen. "I'm going to go out."
Where to?
He looked at me. "I'm going to Parker's house." He raised one eyebrow at me.
You two talking again?
I fiddled with my car keys. "No, but I need to go apologize. Make things better?" He smiled at me.
Sounds like a good idea.
"I'll see you later." My nerves grew as I climbed into my car and headed out. Was this a good idea? Or was I being dumb? The closer I got, the more I doubted everything. I pulled up to Parker's house and exhaled. His car wasn't in the driveway. I had no idea if he'd gotten it fixed yet or not, so I didn't know if that meant he was out or if the car was just in the shop. I sat in front of his house for 5 minutes, feeling foolish. I waffled back and forth about going up to the door or driving back home and emailing the notes like I had said I would. The clock ticked as I tried to decide. Then his car pulled up and I wanted to sink into oblivion. I was caught, sitting in front of his house. What a loser I was. He got out of his car and walked toward his house. My heart hammered. Maybe he hadn't seen me. I scrunched down in my seat. Maybe he'd go in and I could drive away without him noticing. But then Parker glanced toward me and stopped. My heart dropped. He squinted at me, and I knew he could see me crouching down in my driver's seat.
Hannah?
Great. Busted. I grabbed my biology notebook and hopped out of my car, my heart racing. I met him on the sidewalk and shoved my notebook at him. "Here, my notes. My broken was scanner and I had to come." Heat crept up my neck. That wasn't right. I couldn't talk, so I just shut up. Parker looked at me funny, but took the notebook.
Okay. Thanks.
His gray eyes met my gaze, and a rush of butterflies filled all of my inner cavities. He looked good. Better than good. I was seriously dying under his scrutiny. I had messed this whole thing up. Embarrassment heated my entire body. I needed to get away from Parker's curious gaze. I gave him a half-hearted wave. "Well, see ya." He nodded.
Yeah. See ya, Hannah.
I turned and sprinted toward my car, my heart going so fast I was hyperventilating. What was I doing? Wasn't I going to talk to Parker? Tell him I missed him? Tell him how I felt? But I was too chicken. I couldn't do it. And now I was going to run from him and miss my chance. I halted and forced myself to turn around. Parker! His name came out sounding hoarse. He stopped as well, turning toward me again.
Yes?
I couldn't stand there and yell at him. My legs were stiff as I dragged myself toward him. I had to talk to him. I would hate myself if I left without saying anything. I stopped when I was a few feet from him. I swallowed and gathered up my courage. I'm sorry. Parker's gaze softened.
You don't have to say you're sorry.
Yes, I do. I treated you badly. I shouldn't have been so obsessed with Lucas. I see it now. It was stupid, and I don't like him that way anymore, and I see how it totally ruined our friendship. Parker stepped forward. His gaze swept over me as he clutched my biology notebook.
You liking Lucas didn't ruin our friendship,
he said quietly. Wait, what? I was so confused. I had let my obsession go wild and had driven Parker away. I was sure of it. I looked up at him. Then what did I do? Because I'll fix it. I'll make it better. Tears welled in my eyes, but I didn't care anymore. Please, I need you. He slowly reached out, his hand cupping the side of my face. His touch felt so good. I closed my eyes and let the tears fall. I'd missed it so much.
It wasn't anything you did.
His voice sounded choked with emotion.
It was me. I needed some time away. Time to figure things out.
I looked into his eyes and saw something I hadn't seen before. But as I pondered it, I realized that wasn't true. I had seen it. After our kiss. It was a look of longing, adoration. It made my breath hitch. Could it be true? Could Parker feel the same way about me? I wanted to ask, but the words stuck to my tongue. Instead, I blurted out, "Who is she?" Parker's eyebrows knit together in confusion as he dropped his hand.
Who is who?
My heart pounded at what I was about to do. I drew closer to him until I could feel the warmth of him. The girl you like? The one you wanted to date? He stared at me, his gaze intense, probing, scrutinizing.
You know now, don't you?
I did, but I wanted to hear it from him. Say it! He leaned down until his lips were near my ear.
You're going to make me say it?
Yes. His lips grazed my temple.
It was you.
He kissed my cheek.
It was always you.
I melted into him, my arms pulling him closer. I pressed my lips to his, drew him in until I could feel him with every inch of my body. I needed him like I needed to breathe. I couldn't stand being away from him any second longer. He was my other half, and I ached for him. He dropped my notebook on the sidewalk and wrapped his arms around me, kissing me so thoroughly my knees buckled, and I thought I would melt into the cracks of the cement. My nerve endings came alive, and I wanted to scream at the world. I was in love with Parker. He finally pulled back, and I drew in great gulps of air, not realizing how deprived I'd become. I hadn't wanted anything but Parker. He pressed his forehead to mine.
I love you, Hannah.
I was so filled with emotion I couldn't speak. He loved me, and I was finally able to see how much I loved him. We were complete, whole. I couldn't think of anything I wanted more.
Please say something,
he whispered. I laughed. Remember that day you came up behind me and I was writing in that stupid Lucas notebook? He cringed.
Yeah?
I wasn't writing about Lucas. I was writing about you. He squinted at me.
What?
I was trying to think of why I loved Lucas, but nothing came to mind. But when I thought about you, all these things came out. I should have known then, but I was being stupid. I didn't want to ruin our friendship. I threaded my fingers through his soft hair. I was falling in love with my best friend, and I didn't even know it. Parker smiled and scooped me up into his arms.
And now?
And now, all I want is you. He kissed me again, and my world came together. I didn't know what was going to happen with us, but I knew one thing. I was whole again.
This has been Falling for My Best Friend, written by Victorine E. Lieske, narrated by Liz Crane. Copyright Victorine E. Lieske, 2019.